Less than an hour or so. Hey man, I don't see our yeah, so the link from yesterday and today, so.
I got it. Look at that.
She's on Zoom, but we're not seeing Zoom. So Melissa, will you be running the meeting then, or? Yes, okay. Okay, Councilmember Flagger. No? Can you hear us? Yes. Okay. All right, I think we're ready to get started. Everybody ready? Okay.
Good evening.
Probably you got it. Okay. Good evening. Welcome to the City Council meeting of April 11th, and call this meeting to order. And we're going to ask our city clerk to establish quorum. Councilmember Daley.
Here.
Councilmember Eng. Here. Councilmember Fliger.
Here.
And Vice Mayor Weinberg.
Here.
And Mayor Benham. Here, we have a quorum. Thank you very much. And since we have a member participating by remote participation tonight, let me make sure we cover that language. So I would like to reflect in the minutes that pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953, that Councilmember Flagger will participate in the meeting via video conference. The video conference location has been identified in the notice for this meeting. Councilmember Flagger, can you confirm with us that you can hear the proceedings, have a copy of the agenda, and attest that you have posted the agenda properly at your location?
Yes, I have, Mayor.
Is your location publicly accessible?
Yes, it is.
And has anyone joined you?
No one has, Mayor.
All right, and if that changes, you'll let us know then.
I will.
All right, thank you much. Thank you very much. I think now I pronounce us man and wife, but that doesn't quite work. It doesn't quite work for this meeting. Never mind. She's laughing. Or woman and wife. Okay, so I better stop before I get into trouble. So Councilmember Liang is going to do us the honor of the pledge tonight, since I think all the scouts in town are on spring break.
Okay, we could all please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, so we had a closed session tonight, but we have no actions to report out. I'm going to ask my colleagues if we have any changes to the order of the agenda. No, I'm not talking about the consent calendar right now, just the overall agenda. Do I have any changes from my colleagues? Not seeing any. All right, so we will move forward. At this time, I'll take public comments on items not on the agenda. And it looks like we have, let's see, Maddie McBurney, do you have it not on the agenda? All right, and Ms. Wheeler's filling out. Are you also on a comment on not? Why don't you bring that to me? You're finished. Ms. McBurney, please step forward for public comment.
Right here to the.
Yes, to the podium.
Hi, I'm Maddie McBurney. I live in Los Altos at 149 Dow Drive, and I started the nonprofit Arts Los Altos. Tonight, I'm here about something that's not on the agenda.
Recording in progress.
It has been told to me by both Penny Lane, Labe, and Nisa via Karen, who started Arts Los Altos with me, and it is concerning the Percent for Art.
And the rumor is going around that the percent of art is being considered to be reduced, as well as the Arts Commission becoming a committee under the Parks and Rec. And so I just wanted to make a comment that I was on the Arts Commission for many years, and we, our goal was to get that percent for art, create public art events. Not sure the reasoning behind reducing the percent. The money. Less Altos. And we just feel like if you we'll just focus on us. Great, that's my comment. Also, so that's a quick item that I'm going to. And so, Ms. Okay, so here's next.
Everyone, I just wanted to say, as a matter of we all received a notice of Steve Altos, just so that that's a letter that for all of being a picture.
Have FAQs on the website, and we will be adopting a resolution. To clarify for everybody, the process on the ballots, the tabulation, and how we're going to do it. We've answered most of these questions on the FAQs and the so we're trying to get the questions in with the public, and we're trying to get them out on the website as part of the FAQs. So everybody is getting the same information. So we are taking in these questions. That one should be on the and we're trying to keep it all in one place. So everybody's getting the same information.
So then I see no other public comments in chamber. Items not on the agenda, so we'll look online. I see 3 hands online.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello, hi, my name is Fariba and I have lived in Los Altos for over almost 25 years. My comment is regarding, and I've expressed this to also the Environmental Commission, and I'm not sure if getting something on their work plan and how long does it take for this whole thing to get implemented to come to you. So I wanted to bring it to your attention that I see a lot of artificial turfs being installed throughout the city at many of the homes. And unfortunately, with these installations, a lot of green plastic particles are being distributed not only in our drainage system, but also across the neighborhood and getting into soil. This is really dangerous, and in the future, it's going to damage our environment greatly. And as we have heard lately, a lot of even babies are being born with plastic in their body. So plastic is everywhere. And I would like to propose that the city would consider putting some guidelines and some restrictions about how these things are installed and what is the responsibility of the homeowners for the cleanup. In my neighborhood, right across from Grant Park on Holt, recently a house was built, and the amount of particles that was in the drainage system was unbelievable, especially because with the rain, we had a whole bunch of plastics that were, I could see it visibly, they were going into the drainage system. The new construction at on Holt 1586.
Hello? Sarah? Okay. All right.
So I see still I have a few seconds left on my time, but anyway, just wanted to bring this to your attention that we need to have some sort of guidelines and cleanup efforts put in place, especially with the new constructions and especially when they're installing these turfs in the neighborhood. We're going to wake up one day, in maybe a year or so, and realize how much damage these things have done to our environment. I really would appreciate if you guys can consider doing something about these damages that are happening to our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Next is Roberta Phillips.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I wanted to discuss with you your open government policy. And your open government policy says that at least 8 calendar days before the regular city council meeting, a final agenda and accompanying materials shall be posted on the city website. The agenda will be provided to the media. The final agenda shall contain a meaningful description of each item of business to be transacted and discussed at the meeting as it relates to the item, including staff reports, proposal on contracts that will be considered for action. Agenda shall specify for each item of business the proposed action or a statement of the items for discussion. And what I found recently is that the agendas are posted, but the reports all say forthcoming. And that, sometimes like this past week, there weren't reports until Friday, which is difficult for the community and difficult for the council members who only have, only have one weekend to read an entire packet. So I ask that you please follow your own policies because this is sort of slipping. And I think that, it's important that the information get out according to your own policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Next is Gary Hedden.
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to report that I'm having some technical difficulties. I don't know if it's me. I think it's probably not because I've never had that kind of issue, but I couldn't hear the two public speakers. I barely could hear Maddie, and then the next speaker I couldn't hear at all. And so there seems to be something going on. I just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hedden. We didn't give the preamble that we gave at the last meeting that we're still not working with our regular equipment that got fried during the electrical outage, I guess is the way to describe it. So apologies for that. And I know it doesn't help the recording either, but we're kind of stuck at the moment. I don't see any other public speakers for items not on the agenda. Okay. All right. So with that, I will close public comments on items not on the agenda. We have two special items tonight. And the first one is a proclamation for Holocaust Remembrance Day. And we have two speakers tonight who will read the proclamation. And this is Noah and Emma Weinberg. And they happen to be the children of the vice mayor. So let's speak loudly so maybe the mics will catch it.
On April 18th, 2023, we commemorate Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day. And whereas we reflect on the horrors of the Holocaust, where the Nazi regime systematically murdered 6 million Jews and 5 million others, including Roma, Sinti, Slavs, persons with disabilities, LGBTQI plus individuals, and political dissidents. And whereas anti-Semitism continues to escalate with increasing attacks and violence against Jewish communities around the globe, while online and offline hate speech is intensifying. And
whereas anti-Semitism is a threat not only to those who subscribe to the Jewish faith, but all people, no matter creed or background. It is a challenge to the core values that bind Americans together. And whereas we honor the memories of Holocaust victims, we embrace the survivors, and we commit to keeping alive the promise of never again. And whereas today and every day, we stand against anti-Semitism and all other types of hate, and continue to ensure that everyone can live in a world that safeguards the fundamental human dignity of all people.
Now, therefore, I, Sally Meadows, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, and on behalf of the Los Altos City Council, do hereby proclaim April 18th, 2023 to be Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day, and pledge that in Los Altos we stand together against anti-Semitism and hatred in all its forms. So I really appreciate you joining us tonight. And I have formal copies of the proclamation for each of you. And if you would take a moment and tell us a little bit about yourselves. Emma, go ahead.
I'm Emma Weinberg. My dad is Jonathan Weinberg, the vice mayor. I'm a Jew and I'm in 7th grade. I go to a Jewish school, and I'm happy that I could speak here.
I'm Noah. I'm a freshman at Los Altos High School. My dad is vice mayor. And I have been learning about this subject for about 6 years, and I enjoy that I got to spread the word here.
Well, thank you for being here. I want to add on a personal note, and if you want to mention any family members who you didn't get to meet, but I didn't get to meet my grandmother's sister, whose anglicized name is Sally Ritter. So I was named for my grandmother's sister. I do have one picture of her, but she was lost in the Holocaust. Did you want to? You don't have.
I don't know.
Yeah, at your age, you're probably not into the family history yet. Dad, would you like to join for a photo op? And if anyone speaks Polish, I need to translate what it says on the back of the photo.
My father, I could do that.
What?
My father.
Your father-in-law? Oh, okay. All kids. Thank you so much. So our next special item is an introduction and welcome to our new city clerk, Melissa Thurman. Welcome, Melissa.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very excited and happy to welcome Melissa to the city. Melissa comes to us most recently from the town of Portola Valley, where she was the city clerk. Before that, with city clerk of the city of San Bruno, as well as working for other agencies, including Redwood City. She holds certifications as a master municipal clerk and a certified municipal clerk, and is I personally am very excited and happy that she is here to help us out and as our new city clerk. So thank you. And
Then we get a rebuttal. Well, thank you. I'm very excited to be here. Yesterday was my first day, so it's my first council meeting here, and I'm very excited to be here with all of you tonight and moving forward. Thank you for having me. Welcome.
Okay, we need to make it a short one then.
Yeah. All right. All right, we'll do our best. We'll be on best behavior. Okay. All right. Thank you, folks, for participating in the special items. We're going to move on to the consent calendar. I'm going to pull number 3 so we can allow sufficient time for public comment and if council has any questions. And so that leaves items 1 and 2 on consent. So I don't know if there's any public comment on consent items 1 and 2 only. I'm not seeing any in the chambers.
I'll be going to consent item 1 and 2.
All right, it looks like we're good to go. I don't see any comments. Councilmember.
I'll be glad to approve and move consent items 1 and 2.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Daley,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Councilmember Fleeger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg,
Yes.
and Mayor Meadows. Yes, thank you. And so we've removed number 3 on the calendar, and I'm going to put it as the first discussion item. So it'll be after the public hearing for number 4 and before discussion item number 5. All right, so let's move forward to the public hearing. This is an item that we actually heard last time, but because we're adopting by reference, and city attorney, you can gesticulate if I'm saying this wrong. We're adopting by reference. We're actually opening the public hearing a second time to do that. And so is there a staff report or? There is no presentation today, but I welcome any questions, additional questions. Okay, do we have any questions? No. Nope, I'm not seeing any council questions. All right, do we have any public comment on item number 4? Let me open that public hearing. I'm not seeing any comment in the chambers or online. So I will go ahead and close the public hearing. I don't know if we need to discuss or if somebody could give me a motion. Okay. Vice Mayor, yep.
Move to approve item number 3, military equipment.
Item number 4, public hearing. The single use. Yes, yeah,
Sorry about that. Okay.
that's right.
Move that we adopt single-use foodware accessories and condiments ordinance in compliance with AB 1276. Adding chapter 6.45, single-use foodware accessories and condiments to Title 6, Health and Safety of the Los Altos Municipal Code by adopted by reference chapter 5.2, commencing with section 42270 of Part 3 of Division 30 of the Public Resources Code, prohibiting a food facility from providing any single-use foodware accessory or standard condiment unless requested by consumer and authorizing city and county enforcement and penalties.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Fliger seconded. City Clerk. Councilmember Daley,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg,
Aye.
Mayor Meadows. Yes. Motion carries. Thank you very much. So we're going to move on to discussion items, and that's I've moved number 3 here so we can cover the military equipment use policy. I'm going to have, if no council members, well, first let me ask, do any council members have questions before I move to public comment? I'm not seeing that. So I'm going to open up a public comment on item 3, military equipment policy. I don't have any cards. Nobody in the chambers wants to make a comment. I do see one hand raised online. First is Renee Rashid. Okay, we'll give 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Renee Rashid speaking as a member of Los Altos for Racial Equity. I guess we are confused about the military equipment use policy because we have not seen the addition of the new military equipment that has been requested. And we believe that that should be in the policy before that can be approved. And so that's very confusing and disconcerting to see that we should be laying out the types, quantities, authorized uses, and costs for any military equipment prior to requesting buying, funding, or using that military equipment. So wondering what's going on with that. In addition, we are concerned still about the independent oversight, which our oversight, as stated in the policy, is by the police chief, which is not independent oversight of police. So we have standing concerns with this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rashid. I don't see any other public comments, so I'll close public comment. And I don't know if the chief or city manager, did you want to make any?
We'll let the police chief respond. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, chief.
Good evening. So the only comment that I would like to make is that we are in full compliance with the requirements of AB 481. I said we are in full compliance with the requirements of AB 481.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me see, council members, do you have any questions for the chief? Go ahead.
Not for the chief, but with the city attorney.
Okay.
Does the city attorney concur with the chief's assessment that we're in full compliance?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, chief.
I'll be glad to make the motion if you're ready.
All right, let me just check if there needs to be any discussion. Like not, go ahead, council member.
I would like to move that we adopt ordinance number 2023-489, approving Los Altos Police Policy 709 pertaining to the funding, acquisition, and use of military equipment as mandated by Assembly Bill 481.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Daley,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg,
Yes.
Mayor Meadows. Yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, let's move forward to discussion item number 5. Prohibition on possession of firearms in sensitive places. Mr. Magno, this is you, right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item is coming before you at the request of the city council, which was made last year to bring forward a prohibition on possession of firearms. As indicated in the staff report, the ordinance before you is based on ordinances already passed in the cities of Sunnyvale and Palo Alto, and would restrict the possession of firearms in what is titled sensitive places, as that is what the courts have defined them, including city buildings, facilities, as well as schools. And if you have any questions, I am happy to answer those.
Councilmember Daley.
What's the current governing law regarding firearms in those places? Could somebody be in the room tonight with a firearm, and would it do they need a concealed carry permit to have it, or what's the status quo?
I am going to rely on the experts on legal matter. Yes.
So as it stands currently, anyone with a concealed weapons permit is allowed to be here in council chambers or in the sensitive areas of the city. Yes.
And with this ordinance, if they have a concealed carry permit, they would then no longer be able to enter the facility with that concealed firearm?
That is correct.
With the exception of retired police officers, security guards, and a few other. Am I interpreting correctly?
Yeah, there's a list of exceptions.
I was just unclear on how it pertains specifically to the CCW issue. So thank you.
I have a question probably for the city attorney. So I know it's somewhat uncharted waters in light of last year's Supreme Court opinion, which is kind of what precipitated some of revisiting these ordinances. So are we fairly confident that this ordinance falls within their new guidelines and the definitions as you provided in that League of California Cities interpretation?
Yes, yes, I do. The only issue right now that I think the local agencies are struggling with are what sort of conditions or information we can require for concealed weapon permits, but this ordinance is more about restricting the firearms in public sensitive places. So I think we should be okay.
Okay, Councilmember Flegger, you have a question.
I do. Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious how we plan to publicize, assuming council passes the ordinance. How do we plan to publicize it? For example, do we plan to have signage in our city buildings, letting the members of the public know on entering the building that it is prohibited? I really would appreciate understanding how we're going to ensure that we're not just passing an ordinance here as council, that it's actually being enforced and communicated to the public.
Certainly, well, the staffs can certainly work with our public information office and to make sure that we're putting out information on the city's website, at the city facilities, through the weekly updates, et cetera, social media, so that the community and those entering our facilities and other sensitive areas understand what the prohibition is.
Thank you, Mr. Maginot. Would that include signage on entering a city property?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can do
Thank
that.
you.
Other questions? Council members? Okay, we'll get there. Good. Thank you. All right, let's open it up to public comment. I don't have any speaker cards on item number 5. So if there's anyone online, please raise your hand. Not seeing any takers there either. Okay, so let's bring the discussion back to council. Who would like to, Councilmember Liang?
Thank you, Mayor. I support this effort, but my concern is those who have concealed carry weapons. And then if we're advertising and getting the word out here in the city, when someone comes from outside the city, whether it's a contract or something to have to come in the building, then they see the sign. I think that people who have CCWs, hopefully they're pretty responsible, and I would believe so. My concern is I don't want them putting it back in their car where someone could break in and steal it. I would be thinking that there should be an exception for those with CCW and make sure we pass that. But that's just my thought, because I think there was an example in San Francisco where someone ended up putting back a weapon in their vehicle and it was broken into and it was stolen, and then you had a not so positive outcome.
Right. True. This ordinance doesn't address it at the moment. Yes, Councilmember Daley.
Here are already rules for
Mhm.
storing and transporting vehicles, storing and transporting firearms in vehicles, which require those firearms to be in either a locked box or a locked trunk.
Yeah, and if I can add, I believe the requirements for the CCW the cities are working on right now, there's training and there's testing, correct?
Correct. Part of the conditions of a person receiving a CCW permit is they have to follow the stipulations that we put on it, which include what the city attorney mentioned. They have to be responsible gun owners.
Yeah. Thank you. I would prefer it if, even if they lock it in their trunk, there's a lock case in the trunk. And it's like double security.
Okay, any other
But it's feel more comfortable. Thank you.
any other comments from my colleagues?
I fully support it. I'm the one who first requested that we bring it. I think the reasons are fairly obvious. I want to thank city staff for all the work that they have done, especially the city attorney, splitting those working with other city attorneys. And hopefully a year from now, when another city council is looking at this in another city, there'll be a long list of cities in Santa Clara County that have adopted this, including Los Altos. If no one else has anything to say, I'm happy. I move that the city council adopt an ordinance of the city council of the city of Los Altos, adding a new chapter 7.30 entitled Military Equipment Policy to the.
Oh, well, you keep going back to that.
Agenda 5.
Yeah, exhausted 4 times.
Media,
This is
page 72, looks like. Yes.
Okay, I move that the city council adopt an ordinance of the city council of the city of Los Altos prohibiting the possession of firearms in sensitive places.
Madam Mayor, could I interject really
Yes.
quickly? We need to introduce and waive further reading.
Yes.
Move that we introduce and waive further reading of an ordinance of the city council of the city of Los Altos prohibiting the possession of firearms in sensitive places. Is it necessary to include the suggestions that Councilmember Flagler had? Or is that simply direction that we're giving with respect to signage upon entering city?
I think that's direction.
No. Okay, I'll second the motion. Councilmember Daley,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng,
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Whitener,
Yes.
Mayor Meadows. Yes, motion carried. Thank you.
And Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, thank you. And I was going to ask about whether or not we need to do follow-up direction, because in addition to the signage in the Santa Clara County Public Health Department document, they have other recommendations in addition to adopting these types of policies. And so I would appreciate, staff looking at those additional recommendations. I don't think they're council level decisions. They're things that I think staff would need to carry out at staff level. And so I would appreciate, as part of any direction, that they look at those recommendations to see if there are things we can implement. So for example, our chief, launching an education program about gun safety and violence in our community. These are things that I think could be carried out at the staff level without coming back to council. But I would appreciate it if we could give direction to Mr. England to look at these recommendations to see what we could actually do in our city.
I see a lot of head nodding, so I think the direction has been received. All right, great, thank you very much. Mr. Barrett, do you mind turning your light off on your phone? You probably don't realize it's on, but it's kind of shining right at me. At least it's not a laser, so. Thank you. No, it's still on, actually. That's all right. You're working on it. Thanks. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's move forward. There, that's good. Move forward to item number 6. The outdoor dining program, and is
This will be Mr. Kernis Secretary.
online. Okay, great. Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Let me get set up to my PowerPoint. Perfect. You can all see the PowerPoint, correct?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Thank you for having me here tonight. I'm happy to report back on the City of Los Altos outdoor dining program. So since we last met, city staff presented the outdoor dining program to City Council in a study session in January. And the direction at that time was to get feedback from the business owners and develop the program a little more. So since we've met, the city staff has presented to the Los Altos Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee hosted a direct question and answer session with business owners, presented to Los Altos property owners downtown, reached out to restaurant owners via email and in person, and met individually with every business owner and community member who requested. So there was a short list of community members who reached out, but city staff did meet with individually with all of those who reached out. Spoke with County Fire to discuss parklets in the program, specifically regarding some regulations that we'll get into shortly. And I spoke with ABC regarding outdoor dining. And then we did incorporate that feedback from all of those meetings into the program itself. And then finally, we did meet with Chamber and Lava staff this past week to walk through the final draft of the proposal. So through this whole process, we have been working with the restaurants, business owners, Chamber, Lava, and then this past week, we met individually with them. So as a refresher, the current programs that the city has, we have two programs. The outdoor display permit, which governs sidewalk dining and all other decorative display items, and the parklet program, which the COVID program is in effect, and the outdoor display program will be separated out into the outdoor display permit and the sidewalk dining program, which will allow us to govern sidewalk dining in a different process. And then the revised parklet program that you see before you, which governs the dining and adjacent parking stalls. So the goals for discussion tonight, extend the current COVID parklet program through October 1st, 2023 to allow permanent parklets to be built, revise the Los Altos parklet program, establish the Los Altos sidewalk dining program, and then revise the Los Altos outdoor display program. The first item there, as you can see, we've adjusted the dates based upon the discussions with restaurants and business owners, and we feel comfortable with this October 1st date. And then allowing restaurants through the end of the calendar year to build their parklet, so long as they write a letter of intent that they will build a parklet. So the either or scenario for the parklet and sidewalk dining allowed to apply for a parklet permit or a sidewalk permit, but not both. And that's for two major reasons that were outlined in the staff report. ADA concerns. Staff is very concerned about the accessibility requirements for pedestrians in dining areas. It's very difficult and impossible in some cases to provide a 5-foot path of travel for pedestrians on our sidewalk. This afternoon, I was walking through downtown and trying to take note, and this does become an issue in some places where it becomes pinch points and you can't navigate necessarily side by side in those scenarios. The ABC concerns, the California Alcohol Beverage Control Standards do govern outdoor dining, and they have reached out, or we reached out to ABC, and ABC did inform us that the restaurant would need to put up a barrier such as a stanchion or planter so that the licensee will have control of alcohol on their licensed premises, and to make sure patrons will not have access to walk around at the public premises with an open container. This was given as a blanket terms of condition that's given to all restaurants when they apply for an ABC license. So the required changes to the parklet program. We are going to require greater distance from center line than was previously proposed when this came to council in 2021. We will protect the dining area with concrete barriers and metal railings instead of the wine barrels for ABC compliance, and permanent canopy structures are prohibited for fire code compliance. All of these changes were presented at the January study session and have moved forward in the program because they are required. And this is an example of what the barrier would look like with the concrete barrier and the railing. Now, these are the proposed changes. So after meeting with business owners, property owners, lots of different people over the past few months, city staff has worked to adjust the program to meet the needs of both businesses and the city. And in doing so, the city has held the position that the either or scenario is necessary to make sure that ADA and ABC regulations are met. But as a result, city staff is providing the following adjustments based upon the feedback from restaurants. Increasing the maximum number of parking spaces for parklets This was largely due to the prohibition on allowing parklets and sidewalk dining. So as a condition of this either or scenario, we are going to allow restaurants to have an additional parking stall on Main and State Street so they can ultimately have the ability to have those dining tables that they may have on the sidewalk in the parklets. Adjusting the distance from center line on Main Street to 13 feet. This is going to allow the restaurants to expand a little bit, not entirely to what they are currently, which is 15 feet, but we have agreed to meet in the middle at this 13 feet standard. We are going to provide greater flexibility on the top layer of the platform structure. So one of the things we did here was that the previous iteration of this program did provide a type of wood that's very expensive. So city staff is allowing flexibility for the restaurants. So we are giving the guidelines that allow them to propose wood that is similar to that one, and then city staff can make that determination. And then these are a couple other proposed changes that have been suggested. So no longer requiring dining furniture to be brought in after business hours. One of the big concerns was the staff time and the spent to move the dining furniture in and out, especially for some of the larger tables at some of our larger restaurants. We are proposing to allow city staff to work with existing non-conforming decked parklet owners to identify long-term solutions for parklets. So there are some sections within the parklet guidelines that will absolutely need to be met, but this will allow staff the flexibility to work with some of those businesses that might have invested in their parklet currently to find a solution that will meet all the guidelines that we set out, but also allow them to succeed. And then allowing propane heaters after conversations with County Fire. After reaching out to County Fire, they did indicate that propane heaters would be allowed so long as they meet a laundry list of regulations. I have attached those in the parklet guidelines. So if you need to reference that section of the fire code, it's very lengthy, and we are going to direct County Fire to provide feedback on the specific propane heaters. For the sidewalk dining program, we are going to allow businesses to place outdoor dining furniture on sidewalks for casual dining. They will need to maintain at least a 5-foot wide minimum clearance and ADA compliance along the sidewalk, and they must provide a layout with locations of all dining furniture. The sidewalk dining program fee is $250 for an application fee, and then a $500 annual program fee. And then the parklet program fee will be a one-time $500 application fee. The difference for the application fee from sidewalk to parklet is that parklets will require significantly more administrative time, double, in order to review the deck structures, and then a $3 per square foot annual fee. So the policy questions before Mayor and City Council tonight is, does the City Council wish to approve the updated Los Altos outdoor dining program? And does the City Council wish to approve the proposed fee structure for the Los Altos outdoor dining program? I am happy to answer any questions that City Council might have.
Thank you, Mr. Carnesecca. I know you went through a lot of work and a lot of conversations to bring us to this point. So thank you for doing that. So questions, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Carnesecca, I want to echo what the mayor just said. Thank you very much for all the work that you put in. I spent a lot of time with you and others and sat in on several of the meetings that you conducted. So I know all the work that went into this, and I really do appreciate it. I have two questions. The first is, with respect to the propane heaters that are currently in place at some of the parklets and sidewalk dining, to the best of your knowledge, are all of those propane heaters in compliance with fire code? And if not, what would have to be done in order to bring them into compliance?
That is a good question. I'm not sure the specifics on the different styles. I know that I believe any of the lower outdoor propane heaters would not meet the guidelines, as far as if you imagine the ones that are kind of attached onto the propane tank themselves. Everything would need to move up for the guidelines. And the big thing is that they have a tripping switch. So if they fall over, they turn off immediately and things like that. So At the very least, I can tell you that the lower, smaller propane heaters would not be allowed. Some of the larger ones that are taller with the heat up top may be allowed if they meet all of those guidelines. But like I said, it's a little bit of a laundry list as far as the regulations. So it would be tough to speculate on the exacts for each one.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is, hypothetically, if a restaurateur could demonstrate to the city that their plan to use both a parklet and sidewalk dining complied with ABC guidelines and was ADA compliant, would the city still have an objection to that restaurant using both?
I think that city staff would follow the direction of city council. If city council wanted to allow restaurants the opportunity to do both or try to do both, city staff would obviously follow that direction. Ultimately, if we did follow that approach, city staff would monitor it very closely and obviously try to work with the restaurants to get into compliance with ADA and ABC. And if they're found to not be in compliance, I think city staff would reserve the right to be able to revoke that sidewalk dining permit should any issues arise.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I think you answered my question, but let me just clarify it to make sure. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is that city staff recommends an either or menu option for parklets versus sidewalk dining, because it is not possible to have both and be ABC and ADA compliant. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is there any other reason that staff recommends not allowing a restaurant to be able to use both?
At this time, I think staff feels that ADA and ABC are the biggest concerns when it comes to sidewalk and parklet dining for both. I'm going to defer to City Manager England if there's anything else that I'm missing on this one.
So, Vice Mayor, an additional concern would be just the traversability of the sidewalk. Even restaurants that have demonstrated they can be ADA compliant when they set their items up. Typically, we find ADA compliance issues after diners join. They move chairs, they move other equipment that's not bolted down, they move the heaters. And even when they are in compliance, it's still difficult to traverse the street or the sidewalk when there are restaurant patrons, restaurant employees, all using that sidewalk for business purposes when other people are trying to move by. So I think if a restaurant could show it can do both, to your point, staff still would have that concern about the general congestion on the sidewalk.
So correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm hearing is a diagram can be presented which complies with code, but as a practical matter, that would not be maintained because of the way that people enjoy restaurants.
That's correct, Vice Mayor. The restaurant we visited today along their frontage, I'm not sure how long the frontage is, but we noticed 5 ADA violations just on our short walk today in front of one business who was participating in both programs.
Thank you. And then my last question is, what sort of code enforcement is available to the city to ensure that restaurants are complying with their obligations?
We staff one full-time code enforcement officer, and we're in the process of training our inspectors to also be able to enforce the code on specific complaints. Other staff members, including the Development Services Director, has the authority to enforce the code through citations.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, that answer actually prompted one more question, which is, what are the consequences to code violations? Is there a certain number of violations and permit is yanked or what?
So, Vice Mayor, we would have to look at the specific situation, but I believe a violation would be a $1,000 fine or revocation of the permit or both. But I would have to look at the specific sections of the code that are being violated under the permit. It could be different based on the type of action.
Thank you very much.
I think these are encroachment permits, correct? So these are encroachment permits, so they can be terminated for violations in addition to other penalties or fines. So it's not like it's easy to revoke them.
You said it's not like it's easy. You mean it.
I said
It is easy to revoke them. Yes, okay. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. And of course, thank you, Mr. Carnesecca, for all the work that I know you've put into this program or programs. I didn't sit in on any of your meetings, but as you know, I ran into you a couple of times, so I can be a witness and attest that you are doing the work. So thank you so much. I do want to start off with the either or that the Vice Mayor brought up. So and I'm going to start with the sidewalk program. My understanding is under the sidewalk program, we will require the restaurants to have that 5-foot area for ADA accessibility. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where do you envision, or where will we require that 5-foot path? Is it on the sidewalk, or is it where the parking spots are?
I believe that all of the path of travel would need to be on the sidewalk or immediately adjacent to it. I think that I saw a parklet in another city, a large city, where they had the sidewalk kind of go out into the parking stall like you're talking about. And I don't think we would ever allow such an activity, because the parking stall is meant for parklets. The sidewalk would be allowed for sidewalk dining as well as the thoroughfare for pedestrians.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, if a restaurant under the sidewalk program were to opt for the sidewalk program and not the parklet program, the parking stalls would still be there for parking cars, correct?
Correct.
And so again, where would that 5-foot path be? Is it on the sidewalk?
So if you
for the sidewalk program?
So if you imagine on a section of State Street where the sidewalk, the tree wells have the space for the dining itself, between the tree wells, you could put the sidewalk dining there, as well as if there's any space on the other side. I think that's more rare, but for the most part, it would be on the tree well side.
Okay. And so following up on what Mr. England said about trying to prevent congestion, how are we under the sidewalk program and maintaining that 5-foot path going to ensure that we don't have congestion there?
So we are going to work with them to clearly delineate the pathway. So if we can work with the restaurants specifically and say, this is how you delineate where the path of travel is. I would hope it's not like a yellow brick road winding back and forth. We would work with them to try and keep it as straight as possible for ease of pedestrians.
So along those same lines, if we were as a council to say we don't want the either or, but we want to allow our restaurants to have both sidewalk and parklet dining, provided that it complies with ABC, ADA, and they have a path that's clearly marked, either through some kind of fencing, barrier, plants, why wouldn't that not be allowed? So because that would address the ABC, the ADA, and the congestion concerns.
So, Councilmember Flagger, I don't think that would address the congestion concern. So typically, if you're looking at a restaurant that's only doing sidewalk dining, we have some of them downtown today, and they typically have 1 or 2 tables, typically a 2-top, or they're a coffee shop where food is not necessarily being brought out served with multiple trips to the table. So again, it's a policy decision to council. Council can permit this program to be both, but even delineating a clear path of travel, if we're using them the way we are today, we should anticipate having the same results that we have today. And again, staff can enforce that, and that's fine. It's a policy decision at council, but having both and the multiple numbers of tables outside is going to increase congestion of diners and employees, even when there's a clear path of travel, just because they have to traverse that sidewalk. Again, council can do it and decide that enforcement is the appropriate mechanism as opposed to prohibition, that's fine. The staff's concern about congestion would remain.
Thanks, Mr. England. And just to clarify, I'm envisioning basically the sidewalk program where you have the clear path and then also allow for the parklet dining, but I think we can cover that in discussion. Just a couple more questions. On the October 2023 date, Mr. Carnesecca, how did you arrive at that being the date by which the business owners would need to apply for the permanent program? And I'm asking only because I was taken aback by that date, knowing that it was right before the holidays. I don't know if it was based on, a factor or a metric I'm not aware of, but I'm just curious how you arrived at that October date.
I think staff was looking to give restaurants a larger lead time than was provided before, which was much narrower. So this would give them 6 months to make that decision. And ultimately, with the letter of intent, they would then have 8 months to build. I think if City Council would like to extend that out to allow the restaurants to get through the holiday season to an early point in 2024, staff would feel comfortable, so long as I think we make a clear delineation that at the end of this year, you will not have a COVID parklet unless you plan to build a permanent one. So at least that way we have a clear end date of COVID parklets that will not be transformed into a permanent program.
So are you saying, Mr. Carnesecca, we would want all COVID compliant parklets removed by December 31st, 2023?
I think that we would target to at least know which parklets will be replaced by the end of this year, or which ones will be replaced early in 2024 if City Council chooses to direct staff to a different date.
Great, thank you. At the study session, I had brought up the question about whether it makes sense to require both the business owner and the property owner to approve extending parklets in front of retail shops, for example. And I noticed that the policy came back still requiring both to approve it. And I'm curious, was this something that was vetted with the business community and they felt comfortable requiring both? As I said at the study session, I was concerned that with turnover, the property owner may approve it and then the existing retail owner may approve it, but then with turnover, a new retailer may come in and decide they don't like this parklet sitting in front of their shop when the restaurant has already invested in building out this parklet. And so to avoid that situation, I'd suggested maybe only requiring the property owner to approve, but I see that the policy still has both. And I am not the expert here, so I'm assuming you vetted this with the property owners and the restaurants and everybody thought it would not be an issue.
That was a concern that I did not hear from restaurants. Not to say that that point isn't well taken. I think ultimately that is a consideration that when I went out and talked to restaurant owners, I did tell them about this regulation and that you need to consider the size of your parklet based upon this rule that would require both. Once again, with the regulations that are in place, they would all be allowed to have any parking stall that's in front of their business without needing the neighboring approval from the property owner and business owner. So partial spots would count as in the stall for that business.
Exactly. Okay. I'd be curious to hear, and I know members of the business community will speak later. And then my last question for you, Mr. Carnesecca, on the barriers and railings.
Would have the authority to issue removal.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Questions?
I have questions. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Carnesecca, could you bring up the example of the parklet, please? You had a picture of the parklet.
Yes. 1 second. You're looking to see the barrier example?
Yeah, I think my concern is I know that our policy is now going to require a gutter. Is that a picture including the gutter and the screen? Because I just wanted to make sure I understood how it's going to look. And I would be concerned about making sure that everyone's going to look the same. So is that already
So-
including a gutter on that one?
Well, this is a shot from the road. So the gutter and screen would be along the drainage canal, if you would imagine, along the stormway, along the curb line. So it would be on this side that you can't see where the gutter would be, so water can travel along and find its way to a storm drain.
Okay. So I thought, are we still going to? Okay, but we have to make sure that it's not going to block a gutter, correct? I mean, a storm drain, correct?
Correct.
Sorry, thank you. And then the other thing I had to ask is, what is our current PCI on that street, on our Main Street and State Street?
I do not have our current PCI off the top of my head. I'm not sure if anyone in person has that. I can look into that.
We would have to get back to council on what the PCI is of downtown right now.
So what happens when we have to repave that road, those roads?
So that was actually a part of the last time that we brought this to council, was that, we made sure that we included it to be a platform surface that could be essentially removed. The parklets that are displayed here are from one of our nearby jurisdictions that actually did it out of concrete. So that actually wouldn't be able to be easily removed. The platform barriers, or not barriers, platform itself, that could be not necessarily easily, but it could be deconstructed to actually be able to access the roadway so that we could do a repaving project if necessary.
I guess because my concern is if we are near a time where we need to repave, maybe perhaps we should consider looking at that before we have this fully implemented. Then the other question I had is about the cleaning. Who's responsible for cleaning the areas that the street sweeper can't access?
That would be the responsibility of the business.
Okay. I didn't see that in the guides, so I think it's important that we clarify that in our guide.
That's actually something, just to answer that or direct that so that the council's aware, that's something that would be a part of the removal and maintenance agreement that's with the city that actually further also indemnifies the city, but also provides specifically the language that they are responsible for the cleaning and maintenance with respects to their parklets. This also then ties into the storm drains, everything, so that it's the kind of a catch-all to make sure that that area is kept fully clean, compliant, and so that we don't have any kind of unforeseen consequences with the platforms of the parklet itself.
Okay, thank you. We didn't have a copy of the document, so that's why I was not aware of that. Thank you. The other thing is the money, sometimes on the sidewalk, there's a lot of spillage. Who are the businesses responsible for power washing their sidewalks as well? Or is the city responsible for that?
So we would encourage restaurants to clean up spills as frequently as they can. Ultimately, the city does regularly clean the sidewalks as a whole. So we would work with the restaurants to accommodate that and ensure that we can clean all of the sidewalks at the same time. I have walked downtown with some of our maintenance crew to talk through what that would look like. And our maintenance crew has directed me that sometimes it is helpful if immediately after a spill or an issue, the restaurants can get it as clean as possible. But ultimately, they could cause more trouble in the long run when the city does more of a deep clean if they try to do too much. So it's a medium between both the city and the restaurants.
Well, my other question is, if someone still wanted to put electric heating, there would still be allowed, correct? Okay. And then the other question I had was, if someone were to do that ABC on the sidewalk, we would appreciate it if it was uniform, that the barriers match that of the street, correct? Okay, so thank you for the clarification on that. And I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Daly? Questions? Okay. I just have a couple of questions, and actually I'll start where Councilmember Liang left off. Thinking about a sidewalk only. And let's use as an example, Almondine, though this was constructed before the pandemic. Their sidewalk area has a barrier, and then they have some high tops that you can sit at and imbibe alcohol. So if you're talking about a sidewalk only for a place that serves alcohol, do we know if those will require barriers now, or have they not, or has ABC not revised their policies post-pandemic?
Are you referencing, just because I don't remember it by name, the establishment that's off the First Street?
Exactly, yeah.
So that barrier is exactly what ABC requires when you serve alcohol, whether or not it's in accompaniment with food or not.
Okay.
It's a perfect example of what the ABC has required of other establishments.
Right, okay. So anyone who, any restaurant that wanted to do both and served alcohol would need to have a barrier if they were doing sidewalk dining with alcohol.
Yes.
Right. And if they made their sidewalk dining no alcohol seating and only had alcohol on the parklet, that would not meet ADA requirements. Is that correct? Because that's not equal treatment.
C requirements, not ADA.
Right, it wouldn't meet, no, it wouldn't meet ADA requirements if somebody couldn't have alcohol on the sidewalk.
Oh, you're right.
But could have it on the parklet. Is that correct?
Correct, Mayor. It's, the sidewalk and the parklet have to have similar experiences.
Right. So any establishment that serves alcohol and wanted sidewalk and parklet would need barriers on the sidewalk seating if we were to allow both. And even if we only allow sidewalk, but they're going to serve alcohol, they need barriers.
So I will say, Mayor, we're talking about the regulations about another agency and how they've been
So we're not
applied
right.
previously.
Mhm.
ABC can change the regulations at any point. Sometimes they change them in the same day. So
Same day.
they look oftentimes at specific instances, but the larger point you're bringing up is why it's hard to comply with ABC and ADA at the same time. Even if you're complying with components of both laws or perfectly complying with one law, it gets very complex how the two interplay together.
Right, okay, which is what I was trying to get to, but you verbalized it, so thank you very much. So a question then about if we were to allow both and an establishment could put up barriers because they're serving alcohol on the sidewalk and they could give enough room on the sidewalk and, you know, council said, okay, our policy is going to allow both. What kind of increase in staff time for code enforcement? Because that's really the trickiest situation and we're looking, I assume that puts ADA at more jeopardy than ABC, but again, we don't really know. So what kind of increase in staff time do you think would be required to provide enforcement in those situations?
So
high, medium, low, I know you can't say
yeah,
12 hours.
for the most part, Mayor, we're complaint driven. Areas where we'll be proactive is where we receive several complaints of a similar type of violation or a similar address of violation. So I would think there would be some increase to our code enforcement officer in enforcing this. Certainly most of the staff time would likely be administrative and follow-up after a citation or violation had been issued.
Thank you. And I don't know if you've looked at this, but it seems to me there's probably not that many spaces where you could have sidewalk dining and a barrier, even if the barrier was just, for, don't ask me to construct things, but 2x4s, let's say that. And then you require 5 feet per passage. So I don't know that we have, do you know how many places we have that might even accommodate sidewalk, alcohol, forget about the parklet piece of it.
So theoretically, there are some restaurants that could comply. A barrier could be a stanchion. It doesn't have to be. It could be like if ABC would approve it. ABC could also say, based on the specifics of your location, we're not going to require a stanchion in this case, right? Again, we're speculating on what another agency would do. We will say other cities, when they've looked at this, have determined 5 foot of travel is not often achieved, and they're saying if we allow it, we'll require 8 feet instead of 5 because they know it's often infringing.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Excellent. And I think and we haven't really asked any questions about the cost structure, and maybe that will just come up in discussion. But there were some proposals in the Q&A, all the way from the straight $3 per square foot annual license fee versus require $10, but requiring that they show they actually spent the maintenance fees. And so I don't know if we're going to cover the cost structure that's proposed, or if anyone had any questions, because nobody brought them up. But
I'll address it during this.
we'll address it in discussion. Okay, great. So the vice mayor, and then I'll go to Councilmember Flagger, so we can finish up questions about public comment. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
2 more quick questions. I remember when we had the study session, there was a discussion of whether the city would invest in a mold that restaurants would use in order to have the concrete planters created. Is that still something that the council should consider, or is that something that staff is now handling up below the water?
If city council would like to direct staff to further investigate that and look into purchasing molds, we can do that.
Okay, and then my next question, and as a practical matter, maybe this isn't something that we have to worry about, but what if a restaurant wanted to have a parklet, but one of the parking spaces was designated for ADA? Was an accessible space?
So this gets into a larger question. We had a conversation, and I'll use fire as an example because I think it's easier to understand. A restaurant could comply with all of our standards. And if in front of their business, they had a fire hydrant, for example, fire's not going to permit a parklet to be placed there. So if we look and there's an ADA spot there, if the city was to permit it, we would have to replace it to make sure we're meeting at least the minimum criteria for ADA parking.
So either it gets replaced, or if it can't be replaced, then the parklet simply could be permitted.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Flagger, last questions before public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Just 2 more questions. One, Mr. Carnesecca, I had it on my list and I forgot to ask about canopies. Can you remind us why we're not allowing for canopies again?
So we would not allow permanent canopy structures per the county fire guidelines. They don't allow a canopy to be up on a permanent basis. Those would only be allowed for temporary events. So if you think of the Art and Wine Festival, Fine Art in the Park, where canopies are placed up, county fire does not permit, and it's nowhere, as far as I know, within the fire code to allow permanent canopy structures staying in place. So during COVID, we were allowed to do it under the temporary restrictions, but moving forward into a permanent one, we wouldn't be allowed to have any of those canopies.
So I want to better understand the use of permanent. So if someone had a standing umbrella providing shade, would that constitute a permanent canopy?
I don't believe so. I believe canopies have a defined structure within the fire code that it's of a certain size and we're tied at certain points. Umbrellas would be a different item because if you read through section of the fire code, especially as it relates to propane heaters, they do make the delineation between tents, canopies, and umbrellas. Those are called out as separate items.
So umbrellas would be allowed?
Correct. Umbrellas would be greatly encouraged in the sunny months.
Wonderful. And then my last question, just going back to the fees. When would those fees be effective? When would they be due? So, let's even assume October 1st, 2023 applications would need to be in. Are fees due at that time, or it's up on approval?
I think that could be a policy direction as to when fees would go into effect. I would imagine that what we'd want to do is have the application fee due on submittal. So no matter what, for sidewalk, parklet, those fees are due. If City Council would like to wait until 2024 to charge the fees as the first annual year, that would be okay. I think city staff would say when the proposal is submitted, you submit the application fee. And then when it's approved and billed, prorated dollar amount for the year. So if it was installed in September, we would charge you the prorated amount for the last 3 months. But once again, if City Council would like to wait until next year for kind of a cleaner fee schedule, I think city staff would be okay with it.
And is it a one-time application fee for each business? The annual fee is obviously annual and prorated if applicable, but the application fee would be a one-time fee.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, do we just have a few final questions? Councilmember Daly?
Mr. Carnesecca, did you guys make it clear to the ABC that Los Altos is an open container city and that people are free to walk up and down the street with a beer in their hand or a glass of wine whenever they want?
I don't know if that came up in my conversation with the licensing
I think we might
representative.
want to reach out to the ABC.
Councilmember Daly, ABC is well aware of the status, so.
Okay, sorry. As long as that's not why we're putting the barriers up, I'm okay.
It has to do with the service aspect from ABC. So the open container is for people to be freely traversing in the public right of way. The service aspect where people are able to continuously receive alcohol and consume it. There's a methodology in regards to the ABC's kind of madness with is that you're continuing to essentially increase the ability to become intoxicated. So that's why they usually have the particulars.
As long as they know, as long as the ABC knows we're an open container city and that isn't the governing principle behind these investments.
Yes.
Was that your
That's it.
question? Okay, Councilmember.
Okay. My question is, because you talked about handicap and if we wanted to move it, we could move it. Moving a handicap parking is not so easy, correct? Because handicap parking spaces have been identified because mine would be bigger. And then if we were to, you can't move them to center, you have to keep them at the edges. So I want to make sure that if we were to relocate them, I want people to understand, and can you clarify that? It's not going to be as easy as one thinks.
Correct, Councilmember Ling. I didn't mean to imply it would be easy. There's cases, to your point, where it would be very difficult to move.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to add just a note to that currently we do not have any parklets located in or adjacent to any ADA stalls at this time.
Okay, so I think we've exhausted council questions. And so we're going to move to public comment. I have 3 comment cards for in the chambers. And if you're going to speak online, please go ahead and raise your hand. 4th one for this. So we're going to give, we'll do 3. They're coming. Okay. Well, let me just take a tally here. So raise your hand if you intend to speak on this. Okay. So I'm going to give 3 minutes, but please, you don't need to take it off. All right. So the order of the speaker cards here in the chambers, going to be Maddie McBurney, followed by Christopher Nicholson, followed by John Bear. So, Maddie, you're first, please.
As the speaker's coming up, the microphone is actually not built in. It's to the right, top of the TV, just so the speakers know where it's at.
Up there.
Yes, correct.
Okay, all I want to say is that I support the parklets. I'm just a little concerned about the expense for the restaurants. It feels like there's a lot of restrictions for them with the barriers and all that they've already invested in. I really do think that all of them need shade, so that should be a big requirement. It'd be nice if they could do electricity instead of the propane. I guess that's just my biggest concern. I'm so excited that we've had them. They've slowed the traffic downtown and it's brought vibrancy, lots of visitors to Los Altos. And I don't want to see them go away, but I have a feeling that a lot of restaurants aren't going to be able to do all these requirements. So hopefully it'll work out. One question I did have, I know we're not supposed to do questions here, right? We're just supposed to make comments, was, does sidewalk mean both sides of the sidewalk or just one side of the sidewalk for the, sidewalk requirement only? And I would like to see it be both. If they want to do both, do sidewalk and parkway. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. McBurney. It's going to be Christopher Nicholson, followed by John Baer, and then Freddie Wheeler. So.
Hey,
Nicholson.
sorry about that. Hey, everybody, Christopher Nicholson. Been in Los Altos for 30 years, but home visiting my mother. Figured I'd come and talk on this because it's something I'm passionate about. So what I was thinking of when we were talking about the either or is the notion of like a lunch counter where, I was having a sandwich today at Italian Deli. You could easily put a number of stalls right up against the window there, and people who are getting sandwiches could sit at those. Those don't take up 10 feet of space. It's easy to sit at a counter. You could see that with other restaurants as well, potentially, the way that they have indoor bar seating. But at the same time, I was also just thinking about, right now, if a restaurant wanted to do seating on the sidewalk, right now, in most of those places, aside from where there is sidewalk dining, where there is parklets, there's a car right there. So that's taking up that space. So if we're just thinking about ADA requirements and congestion and all of that, it's kind of a misnomer to consider those things together, because if you're having those problems when there's a car there, then it shouldn't be any bigger of a deal to replace that with seating. And so this is the broader thing that I was sort of coming to, is it sort of feels like city staff is doing half, 6 of one, 6 a dozen of the other. It's kind of the ADA problem and it's kind of the ABC problem, and it's kind of both when you keep asking us about one or the other. And I just don't think laws work like that. I feel like it is possible to address the ABC concerns, and I feel like it is possible to address the ADA concerns. And that what remains is a question of congestion. Do we like having people on our sidewalks? And I guess what I would say is, God, yes, that sounds like a great problem to have. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have more corners with bars and restaurants and people downtown rather than empty sidewalks? So I'm all in favor of more congestion on our sidewalks downtown, and I do think it's possible with regard to the either or to address both of the problems at the same time and get away with it. Certainly if all you're having is people sitting up against the wall rather than, with 2 tables that they can move around and that kind of thing. The other piece that I just want to address very quickly, the one thing I didn't hear anybody say is pedestrian safety. I never heard that phrase in the last 30 minutes that we've been discussing this. The biggest benefit to my mind of these things is that they slow down traffic. So I'd say, give me 15 feet. If it makes the cars go slower instead of 13 feet, I think that's a net positive. I think we're safer now downtown than I've ever seen it in my life. I love it. Everything you can do to improve pedestrian safety as a part of this is great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So John Baer, followed by Freddie Wheeler, and then Kim Mosley will be the last speaker in the chambers on this side. Mr. Baer.
Good evening. So at the last meeting, I talked about the letter P and specifically priorities, and I got a lot of pushback from the other 23 letters in the alphabet. So in all fairness, I'm going to give the letter R its due and talk about restaurants. And, you know, restaurants are important to Los Altos. Everybody I know who frequents the restaurants loves the outdoor dining. So I think enabling and encouraging outdoor dining is really good. And I support what's being proposed. But I'm going to go back to my friend, the letter P, and talk about plan and parking and payment. Those are the hard things. We're going to charge people $3 per square foot per year. It's about $600 a parking spot. Replacement cost of parking is somewhere between $60,000 and $100,000, which means the payback is about 100 years. So we're not going to pay for our replacement parking from the amount of money we're charging the people who are using the parking spots. And I don't know if we're going to use all 90 spots that we currently are using. We're probably going to use less, but I'm going to still raise the question of what's the plan? What's the plan to replace the parking? Where is it going to go? How are we going to pay for it? And we can't leave that as the elephant in the room that nobody wants to address, because it's going to come back to bite us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bear. Ms. Wheeler.
Evening again. God knows I love the parklets. My husband loves the parklets. He told me if I did anything that would mess up the parklets, I would live to regret it. The only thing I want to say is, I just have a comment about the $3 per square foot parking fee. I volunteer at the American Cancer Society Discovery Shop. God knows we could use more space. And at those prices, we would move our merchandise into the street every day and move it back. So I'm just wondering if it makes sense to think about increasing the fee. It would help the city to generate revenue. I don't think it would be an undue burden on the restaurants, considering that parklets are incredibly popular and bring a lot of business to these restaurants. And so I'm just asking if you would consider increasing the fee to increase city revenues and just make it a little bit more reasonable with today's prices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. And Ms. Mosley.
Good evening. I'm Kim Mosley from the Los Altos Chamber of Commerce. Try to stay directed toward the microphone and give you the surface level of my remarks. On behalf of our business community, I would really like to acknowledge the great work that our city staff has done in incorporating the feedback from our business owners, both restaurants and retailers. We've come to agreement on a majority of the points that were before you in January, and really appreciate the collaborative and collaborative work that we've done together. We've had one-to-one meetings, group meetings, etc. I really appreciate the work that staff has done. As you are probably aware, the one outstanding question for us as the chamber and representing the business owners is this either or sidewalk or parklet dining component. There are really only a few businesses that would like permission to do both and are willing to provide either a CASP analysis, which is an ADA analysis to address those concerns, and to apply with ABC regulations on a case-by-case basis as each business does currently. One of our business owners, which I hope is on the line, Jerry Beltramo from Rustic House, has been in contact with the ABC specifically related to the sidewalk component of service and would like to share those remarks. Those businesses are also willing to denote a 5-foot or wider pathway on the sidewalk that would help to keep that area clear. let's see, there was, as this has been pretty fluid, as we've come to terms on all of these components, one request that was made to me today that I would like to share is if it is appropriate with and okay with the fire department, was an ask for a January 31st installation date so that we could get past the holiday and then, which would be Festival of Lights, parklet service, those kinds of things, and perhaps install in January before January 31st. And lastly, my last minute here, I just wanted to address, I believe there is a bit of a misconception that restaurants have financially recovered from the pandemic. Because you do see, that they are busy at times, our restaurants, but the reality still is such that these things have permanently changed as a result of the pandemic. The cost of doing business, as we all know, the cost of everything is significantly increased. We find that our printing costs have doubled compared to what they were before. So there is that component. There is the ability to attract and retain staff, and then just the debt that many businesses are repaying in addition to their cost of current operations. So I just would ask that council members keep that in mind as well. I appreciate your thoughtful discussion, and I'm happy to continue to partner with city staff to move forward with any of council's decisions. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. So we're going to, I don't see any other speaker cards or in the chamber, so let's move to online. I'll let you call the speakers.
The first is Roberta Phillips.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I am very happy that staff and the city manager decided to put some restrictions on the parklet programs. They are very popular. I'm saying I'm happy that they're doing that to sort of rein in what's going on, because we really do not want a free for all. We really do want to follow the ADA laws, etc. I do believe that the $3 a square foot is way too low. We know that Mountain View's thinking about $10. I think if we thought about $6, it certainly would be extremely reasonable. We lease out our community center spaces and others, and we're basically trying to subsidize private restaurants. And I do want it to be successful. We all are suffering from inflation. And I think that the city has bent over backwards for the restaurants. I am concerned about the distance from the center line. I know you're trying to come up with a compromise, but I do believe that there are buildings on State Street and off of Main that are higher than 30 feet. And I do know that the turning radius and the center line need to have more distance for a turning radius when you have taller buildings. And I do not think that we should have both. I think it should be either or. I think a great deal of thought went into it. You spent months discussing it, and the staff has been extremely flexible with the restaurants, giving in on many, many, many points. So I just think that you should sort of try to hold the line on public safety, people being able to walk on the sidewalk, replacement costs for parking spaces that we're losing. And I think that, we really need to charge a reasonable price, just like everybody else in Los Altos who wants to rent or lease space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Next is Victoria.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, first off, I just want to thank the city council and also the entire team that put in all the time to go back and forth and get all the information. As most of you know, I do own the Post restaurant in Los Altos, and the parklets have been a lifeline, obviously, since COVID, and they continue to be. I agree with the majority of the changes that are being made And especially since we've gone back and forth since January. I do feel that while I understand people's concern about the $3 per square foot, my big thing is that restaurants are still recovering, and I am a restaurateur. Plus, the cost of everything has gone up so substantially, and the cost of our rent and everything else is it's crippling. So the $3 plus the cost that we're going to be putting in I think it's very fair at this point. I also think though I could not use it, but giving the ability to do sidewalk and parklet, as long as the spacing works, is definitely helpful to a few of our restaurants, and it's essential because our downtown was built that way. And being my mother's in a wheelchair, I literally live with this day to day. So I know I've wheeled her through the post and through our parklets, and so I know that we can make that work. And then my other biggest thing would just be that the January 31st date to have the parklets built would be very helpful, given the fact that Festival of Lights is huge for our community, but also we wouldn't want to be in the middle of construction. And then also considering the holidays, we've had a massive winter, but maybe, this coming December, it might not be as massive. And if we do have a lot of holiday parties, it would be nice to not be in the construction period right then. And we also don't want to be building during the summer. So again, thank you, everyone. And I am very excited for the new parklet program and making this work.
Thank you, Victoria. Next is Scott Hunter.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Scott Hunter, Executive Director of Los Altos Village Association. Wanted to first off thank everybody on the staff, particularly Anthony, for the time that he's put into this. The back and forth and the discussions with everybody really reminds me of where we were in 2020 when we were discussing Open Streets, which was a program that eventually became the Parklet program, all through a kind of series of compromises back and forth. So I also appreciate that he included Lava and the Chamber and others in his process to find out, just to get to where we are today. Excuse me. Would like to reiterate a couple of things. One, the extension of the date, as Vicky just said in pretty graphic detail about how it would impact during the holiday season of having to work on those parklets. The other would be that there are, while we talk a lot about the parklets on Main and State Street, there are other parklets that exist that aren't there and aren't really covered under this, or may not be covered under this, and that we should keep those in mind going forward on how we might address those. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Next is Jerry Beltramo.
Me?
Yes.
Yes, yes. Thanks, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My experience, first of all, let me reiterate what a number of people have said, and that's a large thank you to the city for what they've done in putting this program together. Anthony specifically was very gracious in meeting with me and a number of other restaurateurs in coming to his decisions, and we appreciate that very much. It seems that this either or situation has gotten to a point where I'm either really confused or just my experience has been much different than what has been expressed to you tonight. Back in January, I contacted the ABC with regard to barriers and was informed that we were not required to have barriers. I was kind of challenged on that in our business meeting held at Rustic House. So I recontacted ABC, and they personally came out, a field agent by the name of Emma Tolentino and her supervisor, Stanley Yee came out and surveyed our area. They told me that barriers are not required at our restaurant, that there's a clear delineation as to where our seating is. And should the city decide to go permanent with the parklet program, all that would be required of us would be to file for extension of our patio. So again, my experience is much different with ABC than what's been stated tonight. With regard to the ADA issue, I'm in total agreement that if we have to hire a cast person to come out and delineate our patio, we'd be happy to do that. The last thing I would like to say is that we currently have 32 seats on our sidewalk. Given the 4 parking space restriction on the parklet, we would have 34 seats in that area. From a purely business decision, doesn't make a lot of sense for us to pick up 2 seats and go through all the effort of building out that parklet. It's really critical to us in terms of our future revenue and success that we maintain both programs together. That's all I have to say. I appreciate your time and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Beltramo. So the next speaker is going to be our last. Then next is Joe Benina.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Mr. Carnesecca, for all the hard work and staff as well. I think there's a misconception that COVID is over and all these businesses in Los Altos are doing great. We just saw the closure of a Runner's Mind on Main Street, and I actually reached out to the general manager to find out what happened. And they were unable to hire people. Which is rampant in the restaurant industry as well. For over a year, they did not receive a single application from an adult who was not a high school student. So that's what forced the closure. The business was doing well. They just couldn't find anybody to work there. So that is happening in the restaurant area as well. When we think about pricing and penalties and trying to get the money for the spaces, I think we need to keep that in mind. Secondly, Mr. Beltramo was very eloquent about the ABC situation, and in fact, in the council Q&A, there was a question about this, and there was an email from Jason Sembrano at ABC, which specifically states that there isn't a requirement to put up a barrier. It says we recommend / advised, their typo, to put a barrier, stanchion, or planters. So I have read the ABC requirements, and while we've heard comment that it is required to put up a barrier, that is not in the requirements. That is not what ABC has told people who own restaurants in town, and it's not what the representative put in the email to Mr. Carnesecca. So I think we really should study that. With regards to the 5 feet, I have seen areas, in front of ASA, for example, where it's really tight, people trip, dogs are on the ground, bad things can happen. I think you can require 5 feet or even 6 feet and still have tables on one side or the other. It's when tables are on both sides near the building and near the sidewalk that there's a problem. So I think we should let the restaurants be adults and adhere to ADA and ABC. And if they're in violation, they'll get penalized by those outfits or by the city or whoever is responsible for that. I think the cost, we should keep the cost as low as possible. That meets covers our costs. And then finally, there's a misperception in Los Altos that we're ruining all the ADA spaces on Main and State Street. This came up during the street closures way back when. There are no ADA spaces on Main or State Street. They are only in the parking plazas. So there's no chance of eliminating those. We should stop bringing that up because it is not true. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Beninato. So that closes our public comment. So question for my colleagues. Given it's almost 9 o'clock, shall we take our break and then come back for discussion. I have one keep going. I have one take a break. Councilmember Flagger, you said take a break, right?
I'm the tiebreaker. Yes, I think it's a good time to take a break.
Yeah, Councilmember Daley, for you. Well, if we have, well, it's an ADA issue, so we're gonna take a break. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break and we'll come back and we'll resume our discussion. Oh, no.
I'm not gonna skip one.
Okay, we're gonna try to bring everybody back. Councilmember Fliger, I see you. But how's the snow up there?
It's good.
Lots of it. All right, it looks like we're ready to resume our meeting. So we're going to, actually we have clarifications, city manager.
Yeah, Mayor, just to provide a brief clarification on, we heard a couple of requests to move the date back for compliance. Council can recommend any date they want to move back for compliance. Doing so, recognizing that the fire department also has jurisdiction for removing non-compliant structures. The date we suggested was to comply with their request. We found out in other situations where fire has jurisdiction, ultimately their jurisdiction would overrule us on that. Similar to our program talks about lengths or widths of the patios that are allowed. The fire department would review that permit, and even if they're in compliance with our program, the fire department may not approve that because it's not in compliance with applicable fire law. And I wanted to let Director Zorns comment on ABC real quick.
So the council understands a lot of times, and I've heard it in the community, is that essentially some of the community members or the restaurateurs in downtown think the city is potentially taking a proactive approach to be, in theory, heavy-handed and apply another agency's regulations, which is not 100% accurate. I have to sign off on every single ABC license that's in the city. So I sign off on one pretty much on average once a week, because if the license is transferred, if it's sold, anything like that, it goes through cities it goes through our pass to essentially say, yes, we're okay with this, or there's actually a local requirement in order to be able to obtain that license type. Obviously, the city in recent years did peel back our regulations on liquor licenses in downtown. We used to require conditional use permits for those. Those are now permitted by right as a part of kind of what we've done in our downtown area. So as long as it's just a beer, wine, or alcohol license, they are allowed by right. However, we still do get that authority to be able to sign off on it, saying that no, this requires an elevated level of review. So we are still having to somewhat kind of work together with the ABC. It's not just that we don't take a pass or adhere to certain provisions that are underneath the ABC's full purview.
And the purpose of that is if ABC says they advise a business to put up a barrier stanchion, we wouldn't approve that ABC permit if the barrier stanchion was not in place.
Thank you. Did we have any questions on the clarifications? No, oh, we lost their council member. Okay, so then we're ready to move into discussion. So the items or the pieces of the puzzle that I heard most talked about were the dates of taking effect, the either or versus the and there was, I think, some discussion about fees, or we may have some discussion about that. And there may be other items, but I think those were the three key things. Did I miss any? Those are the three topics, right, that we really have to discuss. All right, so who would like to go first? Councilmember Fliger, are you looking for your hand? There you go. Okay.
It's like you have a camera in here, Mayor. I was, thank you. I'm happy to go first. So on the items you mentioned, on the date, and I appreciate Mr. England making it clear about the fire department's requirement related to the parklets starting January 1st, 2024. And so I am still in support of giving the business owners, the restaurant owners, the current parklet program participants until January 31st, 2024. And what I would throw out to my colleagues to consider is maybe having the language say, in compliance with any applicable codes but no later than January 31st, 2024. And so that would basically require the restaurant owners to ensure they're compliant with any fire department requirements, but no later than January 31st, which would be ours. And I think that would address the code requirement because they would have to comply. And the city requirement, at least council's policy direction, which is we're okay giving them until January 31st so they make it through the holidays, and then they have the month of January when things are much slower to break down the old COVID parklet. So I'm throwing that out as a solution, which would address the concerns we're hearing from staff. On the either or, I appreciate all the work that staff has done, but I do think there is a solution to do the and not either or. And I think it's again in the language of the policy where we say they have to comply with ABC, ADA, or any other code requirements. So they're allowed to do both, provided they comply with any legal requirements and they have this clearly marked 5-foot path. And I'm wondering if a barrier delineating that path, so not a barrier because ABC is going to require it, but in the design to avoid code violations, if there's a way to have it clearly marked what that 5-foot path is between where the sidewalk seating is and the parklet deck area. And I just, and one of the speakers, I think his first name was Christopher, I agree with him. And I was actually trying to make the point when I was going through questions, which is, I think we're going to have to do this with the sidewalk program anyway, where we are going to require the business owners to have that 5-foot path because it won't be in the parklet area because we're going to have cars parked there. And so I think there is a solution here to say, it's up to the business owner. You know, rustic house is an example, but we don't know what the future holds. There may be many more rustic houses who want to take advantage of our parklet and sidewalk program. And if they can comply with ADA, if they can comply with ABC, and they can clearly have this 5-foot path for pedestrians and others to utilize, then I think we should allow them to do it, as opposed to presuming they can't do it or saying, no, it's not possible. On the fees, I support the $3. I hear and understand that our business community is still really digging itself out of the hole from COVID. And, you know, even though it may appear as if they're doing well, I'm sure they're doing much better, but they're still not there. And so I would definitely support the $3. You know, if down the road we want to revisit it, I'm also fine with that. But for now, especially because of the cost we know they're going to incur next year in putting in the new parklets, I'm 100% supportive of the $3. Two other things, I support the revised center line. I think that came up. Definitely support staff's revised center line. And then I may be the only one, and I'm totally fine dropping it. But the whole idea of not requiring both property owners and business owners to approve the use of the parking stalls, I think that may be an issue down the road, but if nobody else shares that concern, I'm still fine moving forward with supporting the program with these revisions. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. That was a clear synopsis. So thank you for adding the other potential topics. Who would like to go next? All right, looks like Vice Mayor got his hand up. The eyebrows are trumped by the hand, just so you know.
Just as long as you don't hold it up and tell me to talk to it.
Okay, I'm going to use Councilmember Flagler's list because I think she laid it out very logically and it's a good way to go through things. So I am completely in agreement with Nisa when it comes to the date. The big issue for me is the either or. I've talked to a lot of people about this. A lot of people have lobbied me about this. I suspect staff is right that as a practical matter, it's not gonna work doing both. That being said, I don't like the idea of government saying, we just don't think it can be done. So I would support allowing a restaurant to use both, to have both a parklet and have sidewalk dining, if they have either an opinion letter from a licensed attorney or some kind of opinion from a certified ADA expert, or I know that the chamber president mentioned some organization, whatever is the appropriate organization. If there is certification that it can be done, then I don't think it's the place of the city to stand in the way of it. That also being said, restaurants who do this need to understand that they do so at their peril. There's going to be a lot of investment, and we heard that from the owner of the Rustic House. There's going to be a real investment in having both sidewalk dining and the parklet. But if, as a practical matter, you are not able to run your business such that you're keeping pace with the map that the restaurant submits with their application, showing that they're in compliance, if you're not doing it, you're going to be cited. And as the city attorney said, the fines can be severe. They could be $1,000. You can lose your permit. Ultimately, I trust staff to administer code enforcement in a logical and fair manner. I do not support giving restaurants a break because we really want to make sure they're able to do this. If you're not in compliance with the ADA, or you're not in compliance with ABC requirements, or you're not in compliance with something else, you're not in compliance. So as long as the restaurants, again, really understand that, then I'm okay with doing but I do want to have that extra step of the restaurants presenting something, a lawyer letter or an expert's opinion that they're going to be in compliance. In terms of the barrier to enforce the 5-foot width, I'm fine with that. What I was thinking coming into the room tonight was we need to have some kind of a marker on the sidewalks, whether it's a line that's sawed into the sidewalk, or I've seen tape before, but the tape's going to ball up. There needs to be something, either a physical barrier or some kind of a line, some kind of a mark that lets code enforcement know where the 5-foot line is, lets the restaurants know where the 5-foot line is, and lets the patrons who are sitting at their tables and enjoying themselves and moving around and letting their dogs go into the sidewalk. There needs to be something visual if it's not something that's permanent, the way Councilmember Flagger proposed. I like what Councilmember Flagger proposed. My only concern with it is I don't know how thick that kind of a barrier would be and how much of an imposition that would be on the restaurants. But I certainly am open to requiring some kind of a vertical barrier if that's what the council prefers. The fees. I think that our business community has stated very well that we're not at COVID, and they've taken a huge hit, and the cost of doing business now has changed, and it's changed permanently. It's more expensive to buy food. It's harder to get wait staff. Everything in every aspect of doing business is more expensive now. It's easy for me to believe that because I'm a partner in a business and I know that it's more expensive for my business. I think that there's no secret that the cost of doing business everywhere is a lot more expensive. But in looking at the staff report and the justification for the $3 a square foot fee, the justification was we want to incentivize restaurants who have parklets to beautify and improve the land. I think that makes sense, but I don't like just saying we're incentivizing you to do this. I favor charging $10 a square foot, but having a program in place that says, if you actually take steps, if you're spending money on beautifying and maintaining the parklet, then we will give you a refund, then we will give you a discount, then we will give you a credit on your fees for the next year. So I'm okay with that $7 a square foot discount, but I want the restaurants to actually earn it. Like Councilmember Flagor, I support the revised center line requirement. In terms of requiring the restaurants to get the approval of both the property owner and the neighbors to use the parking stalls honestly, I'm indifferent. I can go whichever way the council wants to go on that. Two things though that I do want to add. One has to do with the use of gas heaters. I think that it is appropriate for the city to say no more gas heaters on the parklets or by sidewalk dining. I think that the gas heaters are a danger, and I think that the use of gas heaters is not in conformance with the cap. I think we should require electrification. But I also think that the city should put a program in place that will help and subsidize the cost to electrify. I think there is a benefit to the city to bring electricity out to the streets or out to the parklets. And as per one of the conditions for helping property owners, for helping businesses, restaurants bring electricity to the street, is that the city should have, I don't know if easement is the right word, but the city should have the right to use that electrical outlet to the extent necessary for whatever city program could use it. I know I said two, but I think that's it.
Councilmember Fliger, did you want to comment on the gas heaters? I think that's a good item you brought up, Vice Mayor.
I support. So I'll comment on two things the Vice Mayor brought up. I support his suggestions with regards to the gas heaters. With regards to the $7 incentive, or however he proposed structuring that, I am not supportive of that, only because I know that would require a lot more staff work to enforce and determine if they really, are beautifying the parklet. I would prefer to stick with the $3 and then require as part of the policy that they maintain the parklet, they keep it clean and things like that. But I think it's really hard to measure beautification, and I don't like this whole idea of saying it's really $10 with $7 should be used towards beautifying the parklet. So that one I have reservations about, but I support the Vice Mayor's point about getting rid of the gas heaters, phasing out the gas heaters.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to.
And my second point.
Oh, you haven't done.
Yes, I'm in favor of the city purchasing a mold or having a mold developed to ensure that every single one of those concrete planters is going to be uniform.
Okay, and Councilmember Fliger, mold.
If staff is okay with that and we have the budget, I support that as well.
And what we're really looking for is standard station. Anyway, okay, all right. Councilmember Daley.
So I'm going to talk about the gas heaters and I'm going to talk about the pricing. I'll start with the gas heaters, and forgive me for a minute for reading some of the material that I prepared on this particular subject. And I see some folks in the room who I've had conversations with about this. For starters, I totally support the cap and the goals embodied therein and the actions that are enumerated in the cap, which are some 60 plus actions, which include electrification of buildings. This is a very different situation. So first of all, the section of the cap that we're talking about is goal 2.3, which says that we want to reduce or eliminate methane gas use in existing buildings. So that doesn't really apply because this isn't methane and it's not in a building. And we got some public comment that noted, for example, that the CO2 emissions from propane appliances are actually probably 20% greater per BTU than they are for methane or natural gas appliances. But the reason that we want to eliminate natural gas appliances is not solely because of the carbon dioxide emissions. In fact, that's kind of down the list. Because of its atomic weight and structure, methane is about 80 times worse for carbon, or 80 times worse for greenhouse effects than carbon dioxide. And it rises into the atmosphere and continues. It persists for some 20 years thereafter at that 80x rate that carbon dioxide does. So the carbon dioxide is not really the issue. The main reasons that we want to electrify our buildings and eliminate natural gas use is public health and the greenhouse effect that is not related to carbon dioxide. So additionally, when we're talking about using propane tanks,
we are not encouraging property owners to invest in infrastructure the way a homeowner would invest in piping gas to their new outdoor fire pit or what have you. And when you allow that kind of investment in residential or commercial building infrastructure, you are perpetuating that problem for quite a time. So I see the propane heaters as a bridge to electrification. And as it stands right now, we don't have electricity serving these parklets. There are some instances where we've got electricity in the tree wells. You can tell which ones those are because those are the ones that have lights over the holidays. And it's by no means all or even most of them. So I understand that we're contemplating as a city and probably going to go forward with electrifying the sidewalk. And bringing electricity out to the street, and that's great. So when we look at this again down the road, electric heat may be a viable option. But for now, I think propane is fine for the businesses, and I just wanted to reassure our environmentally conscious residents that this doesn't reflect some kind of backsliding on our commitment under the cap. So. Now, with regard to pricing, and I will try not to give a lecture on pricing the way I would to a graduate class on this matter, but let's just say that there's a lot of different mechanisms for pricing, a lot of different reasons for choosing a particular price. And you might, for example, say, I'm going to price these parklets based on replacement cost, as one of our residents suggested. You know, it's interesting. That's the way gasoline is priced, and there's a host of strategic reasons for that. Our objective for the parklet program doesn't support that particular strategy, in my view. Our objective for the parklet program is to promote and cultivate vitality in our commercial districts, and to provide a great experience for our residents who all love, meeting downtown and getting a bite to eat and seeing folks and what have you. So we also don't have a lot of history to go on as we formulate pricing. And I think it would be in error to reach for the highest price that we could, simply because we see other communities doing the same thing. So my greatest concern with pricing is that we cover our costs so that we're not actually implementing a policy that hurts our financial bottom line as a city. And that at the same time, we stimulate the vitality and the experience downtown, and that's our objective. And so I would favor a $3 per square foot price. But because this is new ground and we really don't know everything that we would need to know to make a really good pricing decision, I think we should probably revisit it, the pricing, in a year. And at that time, we may say, geez, administratively, this costs way more than we thought it was going to. We need to recoup more money. We need to increase these prices, or whatever the case may be. But I feel very strongly that $3 is enough right now. And so those are my two primary topics that I wanted to address.
So dates?
And dates, the fire department is really the long pole in the tent. I'm okay with pushing the dates out to January. It certainly makes sense from a business perspective, and it makes sense just as a resident, not having that disruption during the holidays. But I can't control what the fire department's going to say. So I wasn't prepared to necessarily offer a position on that because I think it's moot. And then the other
Either or versus and.
I agree with Councilmember Vice Mayor Weinberg and Councilmember Flagger that we probably should be able to do and I don't know how.
you know, if I had to vote on it, I would probably vote to support Anne, but I don't feel strongly enough about it to offer a very informed position, other than I think we should figure out how to do it, but I don't know how.
And the 13 foot, I think it is, center line.
I don't have a position on that.
All right, so you're fine. Well, this is, I'm just trying to capture all of our opinions. So, and whether the property and or the business have to both buy into that, this is, you don't care. Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Lee. Okay, thank you.
Regarding the date, well, everything that I would like to take a position on, I want to make it clear that everything should have formal review to the fire department, their engineers, and all regulatory agencies. So that's my position on practically everything going forward. So that way, if we move forward to extending the date, got to make sure it's clear with the fire department. Regarding the fee, I understand that the businesses are absorbing the costs of construction for the parklets. So I can understand having that $3 fee, and this is our way of supporting our businesses to continue to help for recovery, but I would like to only allow that for a year and have it come back. I definitely feel our city's ambiance and our value of our city is a lot higher. So I know we're saying we're not going to start off high, but I definitely feel that our city is not a place to be discounted. We don't have alternate parking plans. This is a real big discount. I feel that we are doing, but we are doing it to help our businesses as well. And that our land is valuable. We don't have industry in our city. This is our resource and asset of our city. And we should be sure we could understand that we need to utilize these things to better help our budget to get better infrastructure. So I would be okay with that fee for 1 year and then have it come back for review. The either or, I support staff's position on the either or. And I think that if you move forward on doing the and, like I said, if I want to make sure that all regulatory agencies as well as the fire department supports that. And that'll be the and I think it's important that we leave the discretion to our staff to also provide the final decision on that. I think they've done a lot of research. They did a great job. They understand what is needed, and it's up to our staff to make the final decision on that. And I would like to leave that discretion with our staff. The setbacks, I'm okay if it meets the fire department restrictions.
The center line.
Yeah, the center line. And then the mode, I'm okay with supporting the mode, but I would also want to, if we're going to talk about uniformity, I also want to make sure that when we talk about like the platform, we should all have uniform coloring. I would like to see uniform coloring because I don't want one person to, well, you know, maybe is there a way that the city or the chamber can help with doing a bulk call purchase and helping everyone to make sure that everyone is being uniform with their platforms and the part that, so if that would be having a program where everybody bought in bulk would be helpful in cost. So that would be supporting the businesses as well as providing a discount. So I hope I addressed all that.
Did you have an opinion about the property owners versus and or the businesses both weighing into spaces in front of their retail. This is the one that Councilmember Flyer
The property owners as well as the business should be,
being asked.
being asked, yes.
Yeah,
It should be.
you think, but yeah, okay. All right, and gas heaters.
No gas heater, there, it's gonna go through fire department review, and if you continue to allow it, it's gotta be sure that we get the letter as suggested by Vice Mayor Weinberg, as well as the hazmat certification that's required to get their license or permit.
Okay, good. Thank you. So, and then we'll circle back after all this stuff to this. I can see where if we're coalescing. I just want to, I'll start with the fees because I think it's worth clarifying, and I think it said in the staff report that the fees can come to us annually in the fee process, whatever the name, the annual fee, because I schedule fee schedule. That's it. So the fee schedule, so we can give direction that these fees come to us every year in the fee schedule. I completely support starting out at $3, and I think that again, as many of us seem to agree, we can look at it, and I think we have the mechanism to look at it annually. So I would agree we start at $3. Dates, I actually don't see much of a difference between the way staff has written this in terms of if you get a letter of intent in, then you have till December 31st. Correct me if I'm wrong, you have till December 31st to is it dismantle or start dismantling? Yeah, anyway, let me say where I'm going with this. I don't see what's saying you can keep your parklet till January 31st. Versus, you have to, it's 1 month in January. The holidays are already over. We're already saying, I think staff is already recommending that if they've shown an intent to submit to the permanent parklet program, the letter of intent, then they have till December 31st. Here comes Anthony. Could you please say more clearly what I'm not saying clearly?
So if a restaurant would like to have a parklet and they need the additional time through the end of the year, then they would just need to submit that letter by October 1st, and then we would grant them till the end of the calendar year, December 31st, 2023, to remove their COVID parklet and begin working on their permanent one.
Yeah, so by extending the date to January 31 versus December 31, you're talking about, whether you're going to have people sitting outside in the middle of January, which isn't the prime time. So you're maybe, it's sort of that last week, I guess. I mean, to me, I would say you have to start dismantling on January 1st. I don't see what granting January 31st does. So January 1st, you start taking those things down. So that's 1 day different than the staff recommendation. I'd be good. Yeah, I'm seeing some nods for this.
What about, I consider January 1st could be a big day for restaurants. It's New Year's Day, people are off work, you've got college football. What about like January 3rd or so?
Okay, so
And Mayor, I support because we have New Year's Eve events, so I support January 1st or the first business day if January 1st is a holiday.
Yes.
And I like the fact that you're saying they start because
Yes.
and that gives them time to get it all down.
Yes, yeah. I'm not saying it has to be dismantled by then, but after that first, let's say the first business day in January, you start dismantling that thing. Okay. And
First, what?
business day in January.
First, the 24th, the first business day is Monday, January 1st.
No, that's a holiday because
Okay.
that's January 1st. So that would be Tuesday. the 2nd. Anyway, we're
Okay, January 2nd.
yeah. So, anyway, I just don't understand the purpose of extending it a month when
Yeah.
gives them a month to disassemble, and that's not really what any of us want. So, okay. So then, let me move to gas heaters. I agree for now. We should allow, as long as it meets the fire department, they're comfortable with it, we should allow gas heaters. Whether we look at that annually or every 2 years, I do think the ultimate goal is to electrify and we get rid of those. But I don't want to forbid them until we provide the, a reasonable way to put that infrastructure in place. So we're not allowing gas heaters at forever. Someone's going to try Latin. That's not a good idea. And so whether we have to look at it or whether it's contingent upon when electrification happens and is available to outdoor dining or something like that. So
And meeting all the safety criteria.
well, yeah, that's what I said.
And hazmat certificate.
Yeah,
Okay.
the fire department buys it off on that. Let's see, I support the revised center line that was originally proposed at 15. And then went down to 11 and 13 is where it is. That's good. Let's go with that. I think both property owner and the business owners need to look at whether permission is granted. The property owner has the vested interest in the value of what they're agreeing goes in front of their store. So the property owner has to look at it, I think, because if you allow someone to put a parklet in front of your thing, then that may or may not impact your ability to rent it to the next person, right? And the business owner too, I think, has to agree. So I think it should be both for that. So then moving on to what I think is probably the most mold. I mean, mold is fine. Standardization is what we're going for, I think. So the either or versus the and. So again, the program that we've had the last 3 years has been wonderful. Thank heavens for it. I really appreciate that. And we appreciate, I think we're actually a lot more vibrant than some of the other towns around us. So I think we appreciate having them come here to eat and hang out and have fun. I mean, well, no, I won't opinionate on. But some of the restaurants really do obstruct pedestrians on the sidewalk. It is very difficult to pass. And I haven't seen them complying. I mean, we heard today there were 3 or 4 on today's walk around ADA violations. I have concerns with the and. It's not just about the people sitting at the tables. The waiters come and stand by the table. They're in the space. They're moving around constantly, taking things, So I would want some strong, I won't hold it up. I favor either or. I just don't see how there's a juggling act and there's so many pitfalls. It's worse if we start rescinding permits because there's been violations and we can't, look the other way if some of these things are going on. So I prefer either or. If we're going to go with an and, there have to be some strict criteria because some of these places have really not been conducive to pedestrian traffic on the sidewalk. I think it's a hazard. I'm not infirm most days that I walk around town, but sometimes I feel like I'm going to be knocked over in front of some of these restaurants. So there needs to be something to make sure that they comply. And that includes the waiters. So when they stand out there next to the tables, they're in that pathway. So it is very difficult. So I'm going to try to summarize what I think we've heard. And I think the only one that's going to need more discussion is probably the either or versus the and. I think the dates we said on first business day in January, they can start displaying the parklets. January 2nd, it would be. And that we seem to all be okay with the gas heaters, with the ultimate vision to move towards helping them electrify by scenario.
I just want to give one last pitch on this.
Go ahead.
An observation has been made that we don't want this permanent, but the structure is not there right in place right now to make it fair to require electrification. I'm going to submit that once these parklets are built out, that is a permanent decision. The time to bring electricity out to the parklet is when that investment is being made. Once the parklet is in place, the cost to then bring electricity out to it is going to be a lot more expensive. So I think that the decision to allow gas for now, but the understanding that will eventually it'll be easier and more feasible to bring electricity out there is not accurate.
So a question for staff, if we make it instead of, Councilmember Daley.
So the environmental case for electrification is just simply not there. Propane doesn't rise into the atmosphere and cause greenhouse problems. And to electrify the sidewalks, I think involves tearing up the sidewalk and running power across where the sidewalk currently is. Now, we have a big idea to do this as a city over the next couple of years, but it's a big, heavy lift to electrify the sidewalks. And I just maybe would ask staff, is there a way that these restaurant owners can implement electric heat right now without having an extension cord going across the sidewalk or something like that? Perhaps John Manganiello might know, or Director Zorns or something.
So no, our tree wells do not have enough electricity plumbed to them. It's simply just not possible. That's why some of our tree lights just are inoperable just from having string lights. It is possible to saw cut the public sidewalk. We already have expansion joints that are pretty much decoratively placed into them. So it wouldn't be something that would be aesthetically unpleasing. It is possible. And it would be like a direct plumb situation from one of the actual buildings itself. With that being said, just because we're asking staff, since we're talking about an either or situation, and that's the council's purview, and also then, and that's an enforcement thing that's going to come upon code enforcement ultimately, that we have one code enforcement. We've talked a lot about the safety aspects of propane as well. From some of our very best operators, if you walk around and look at their umbrellas, which are allowed, there are singe marks on them. So I do hate to say that, but I do have to say is that I would have a very hard time not finding some of our best operators based on the fact that they're already not being able to comply. And an umbrella goes up in flames. We have really nice mature trees in downtown. The tree goes up in flames. It then singes the building. There's a ripple effect. And so there's going to be multiple code enforcement components that I just want to at least nugget for you all. But it is, going back to the electrification component, it is possible. Yes, it is going to be a little bit of work. Thankfully, we are going into our warmer season, in the coming months. So really the heater should be going out of the public right of way in the coming month or two, because that's not going to be something that's needed and necessary over the summer months, particularly.
But the heaters are approved by the fire department. And so with regard to electrification, are we putting that cost on the business owner, or is that part of an overall program of sidewalk electrification that we plan to undertake as a city? And how much would each instance cost roughly? I know we haven't studied it. I don't expect a dollars and cents thing, but are we talking about thousands of dollars per instance, or are we talking about hundreds of dollars per instance?
So the electrification direction from council that we're working on, some of the answers depend. If solar lights don't work downtown and we have to electrify street lights, then that's going to make the case for electrifying the street more difficult. If we put in electrical, which we want to for bikes and cars, right? It's depending on the ultimate direction of council on other items. We'll make that determination. It would be really hard to gauge an individual business and how much it would cost to electrify that tonight. We're happy to look at it, but I would not even want to try and ballpark it based on the other things we're currently working on.
I have a comment based on that.
Yes. Let me just see. So you two, have you finished on their.
Just in response to Councilmember Daley, I was not making the proposal because I thought it was environmentally superior, though I'm not convinced that it is not environmentally superior to have the electricity out there. I was suggesting it because I think that the propane heaters are a real threat to public safety. I know Campbell, in their part of the program, requires electric heaters. I believe that other jurisdictions are doing it too. If they can do it, we can do it. I think that it is going to be an extraordinary cost for restaurants. I think it would be prohibitive to the restaurants in order to, if that's what they had to pay in order to build a parklet. That's why I favor the city subsidizing it. And the trade-off with that would be that the city would have access to that electricity whenever the city reasonably needs it.
So we're gonna go to Councilmember Liang and then we'll go to Councilmember Fleger.
So I keep hearing some stuff that I find somewhat troubling because I'm concerned about the city subsidizing some of these things because I already feel that our cost is too low. And if we don't meet the needed costs of covering staff time, we're already subsidized. So having to subsidize electrification, I have major concerns about that. I don't think that we should get into that and provide that. I think it's the property owner that should be making sure that their tenant is given the opportunity to have access to electrification. I believe that we can assist in providing the little area that the cord needs to go to the sidewalk. What do you call it?
It would be saw cutting the public sidewalk to be able to essentially trench it and underground the sidewalk.
I'd be okay with the city helping it make, helping with the trenching, but I'm not okay with the city providing subsidy for electrification. I think that we should talk about increasing the fee if we're going to start doing all these other items. And I think it's the cost of this program is going to cost our city staff and time. And I don't think we were aware how much more this would add to our,
But isn't the trenching the real bulk of the cost to bring the electricity out to the parklets?
For the most part, yeah, and the actual, considering that it's concrete in the public right of way. I mean, that alone is just a more expensive per square foot improvement, potentially.
What does that permit cost?
To do something of that nature. Yeah. I mean, that's a very minor encroachment permit. It's not very much at all. I'd have to pull kind of some records of what we do.
So let me bring this. Councilmember Fleger, you have a comment regarding gas and electrification and all.
I do, Mayor, and I'm very much aligned with a lot of what the Vice Mayor has said. I mean, I'm not an environment expert, and I've heard people make arguments related to gas versus electric heaters with regards to what's better for the environment. But as the Vice Mayor said, there's also the public safety consideration. And so I'm 100% supportive of ensuring that we phase out the gas heaters and move toward electric heaters once the electric infrastructure is there. And as a council, we already directed staff to move forward with electrifying downtown for other reasons, but I think, it makes sense to do it all at the same time. And again, this would benefit our residents, it would benefit our community. The Vice Mayor mentioned subsidizing. And I don't view this, if we were to have to somehow help with the cost of implementing this at each business location as subsidizing the business cost. I see this as a public benefit for our community where we're investing in something that will help our community from an environment and a public safety perspective. And I'm sure that it may even be worth looking if there are grant opportunities to fund such a undertaking. But I don't think that's what's before us. I think for purposes of this item, for the infrastructure is in there, Mayor. And so for now, obviously we should allow for gas heaters, but I think we need to make it clear that as soon as the infrastructure is in place, however that comes about, that we will require our business owners to move towards electric heaters. And this is good, I think, for us to give them a heads up, because a lot of this is expensive. And so we don't want them to say, wait a minute, we invested in these gas heaters, we had no idea. So we need to preview and give them a heads up that as a council, that we do support a future requirement of electric heaters once the infrastructure is there. And Vice Mayor said what I was going to say. I know there are other jurisdictions who actually are already requiring electric heaters, but I don't think that we're there yet, Mayor, because the infrastructure isn't there. But I hope we can get there and then impose this requirement on the restaurants.
Yeah. So I'm largely, I'm in agreement with that, and I'm going to flip the question. The question is, all right, it's warming up now. Next November, are we allowing gas heaters? Because I don't think we're going to have electrification by next November. Or are we saying, no, your clients, your patrons can freeze outside because you have to wait till we're electrified. So I would advocate that we allow gas heaters until we provide the infrastructure, and the priority, council will have a priority, which we can identify when we get to the budget, that it is a priority to electrify. So
I have some clarification question.
Yeah.
When you say we provide the electrification, that means you're saying we pay for their electricity.
well, I think it gets it to the parklet. It doesn't.
It allows the businesses to get it to the park.
I missed the question, sorry.
Okay.
I want to make sure when we say we provide electrification, it's the businesses that or the property owner that's going to be paying for the electricity. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then I'm good with that.
Okay. All right. So I think we came to a more or less unified place there, right? Okay. We all supported the revised center line, and I think that people were either neutral, or we might have more, slightly more saying that both the property owner and the business owner would weigh in. Okay, so now we're really just left with the either or versus and. So I'm sensing that none of us want to hold this up. So we're willing to have the conversation. We want this, I'm sensing we want this to move forward tonight. So let's talk about the and what that means. And what sort of compliance we're gonna put in there, because I think there's hazards with the and. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor, and I really appreciated listening to your comments, and also Councilmember Liang, because I think the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Daly, and I are supportive, at least in our first round of comments, of going with the and my position hasn't changed. I think we should allow for both, provided that they comply with ABC, ADA, and they're able to provide that, clearly provide that 5-foot path. And to your point, Mayor, I think we've all experienced what you described, but we're operating on guidelines that were implemented under COVID. And so moving forward, we would have strict guidelines, and they would be enforced accordingly to ensure that we do have a clear 5-foot path, whether or not, it's what I suggested, which is some kind of vertical barrier, but some clear demarcation about what that 5-foot path is. So the waiters and the wait staff and the patrons all know that that 5-foot area is reserved for pedestrians, and it should be ADA accessible. And I think we're going to have the same issue with the sidewalk program. So it is something that we need to make sure that we have in place, so it's very clear what is reserved for the pathway. So I'm still very supportive. And Mayor, if a business isn't able to demonstrate that they comply with ADA, they comply with ABC, and they have this 5-foot path that staff would go out and approve, or they do the CASP certification, as we heard from the president of the chamber, then they just won't be able to do it. But I strongly support giving them the opportunity to do it with these strict guidelines.
Okay, Anyone else?
I strongly, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I strongly believe that after all these regulatory agencies and fire department weigh in, I think we should leave it to the staff discretion and allow them to have final discretion, make that decision.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Staff's recommendation is
Either or.
there's no discretion, you can't do it.
Okay, then.
So if you're saying leave it to staff discretion, it sounds like you're agreeing with what Nisa said.
No, well, Anthony said, if you want to vote, you should allow us to make that final decision. And if they, I don't know, I'm speaking with staff though.
Mr. Curtis.
I'm not, yeah, I'm not entirely sure when I said that, but I think what our goal is to go with whatever council direction is. Staff's position, I think, is pretty clear in the either or, that we don't see it as possible, but ultimately, city council can provide direction to staff.
So let me ask this question of staff. What criteria would you use to define whether? How does one make a successful and proposal?
So, Mayor, we had our recommendations were reviewed on based on a CASP review from the program. We would apply that CASP review, citing the factors that they stated were important. The items that Councilmember Flagger listed would certainly be helpful. Some type of delineation, clear enforcement. Based on what the CASP recommended to us, we could certainly try and get the restaurants to comply that way. I would say council hasn't explicitly stated yet if it's the and versus the either or, if it's a recommendation from the first proposal, or we changed the parklets to be larger based on only not having the sidewalk. So I think we would need that stated as well. And that's
Actually, this is an excellent point. So the reason they went to the 4 spaces and some of these other things was to give more room in the parklet. So if we're saying it's and, we need to probably take some away. I mean,
that would be up to.
Well, that's up to
council. I just
council,
need
right.
to explicitly
Yes,
state this.
okay.
Mayor, if I may, I'm sorry, but it still would be, I'm going to use either or in a different context, because if they're not able to meet all the regulations under the and, then for me, the default would be to go back to, okay, you can't have both, so then you can have that extra stall.
And I think that's at council discretion. So I just, again, I just want to make sure it's clear what we're moving forward with. So if it's right, council's already weighed in on the center line, which was changed based on the either or. So we've got some elements included in the and others not. So I'm just trying to make that part clear.
Right.
And I think we would apply our CASP regulations. The overall size of the parklet isn't going to impact ADA or ABC compliance. We just need to make sure we understand clearly what council is allowing in the regular.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor, where do you stand on this either or versus and?
I think Councilmember Flagor stated very well. I think Councilmember Flagor's opinion was stated very well, and I agree with it almost entirely. With respect to the 4 parking space versus 5 parking space, if the neighboring business doesn't have a problem with it, then I don't.
3 or 4.
Yeah,
It's 3 or
4.
yeah.
So if the neighboring business doesn't have a problem with it, I don't know why anyone else should have a problem with it. If we're requiring that they get approval and the neighbors who would be impacted don't have a problem with it, then I don't have a problem with it. Right? I don't feel strongly with it.
Councilmember Daley? Yes. Oh, yes, of course. How long?
Till further notice.
Okay.
Cool, all of us?
Recording stopped. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We've had an incident that has occurred on the Civic Center campus. It is resolving. City Hall has been in lockdown. Please avoid the area as much as you can. We will be resuming in just a couple of minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. But you know how many attendees we had on Zoom when we left? We had 20. We had 29. When we left, I checked right before we exited the room. We had 20 now. I kind of thought of you.
Crowd enough to let them know. Just in this room.
Well, everyone in this room was heard, but you need to do it on Zoom, if that's okay.
All right, we can do that.
Not revealing any private information. Okay, so are we ready? Okay. Letting any of the- Trapped.
Recording in progress.
Okay, everyone, we're back. We're going to have the city manager give an update as to our hiatus.
So, thanks to everyone, in the audience here, for sheltering. So quickly, we had, police activity, campus area, individual, has been in custody. It's all clear now. I agree with that.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. England, but we have a hard time hearing you.
On the city center campus, has, been removed. The individual, is now in custody and will release more information, through PD or through our PIO, once we've verified all the details of what happened today.
So thank you to the members of the public here. A different kind of way to hold office hours, I guess, but not to trivialize the situation, of course. And to the members of the public who have stuck with us online. So let's talk about the meeting here. We're nearly through the outdoor dining program. I think we should finish that. We're very, very close. Then I need to look to my colleagues. We've had 2 other items, the reach codes, with which a lot of people here have valiantly waded through. And we also have council and commission's teleconference policy. So we have lost some members on Zoom, but we still have a fairly good attendance. What do my colleagues? First of all, I hope you all agree we're going to finish the outdoor dining option. Yes, item. We're just about there. Regarding the number 7 reach codes and the teleconference policy, do you want to power on, or is there any other opinions?
My thought is we've already lost 1 meeting because of the power outage. We're gonna have the budget coming up. I think we ought to power through.
Member Liang?
I think that, something like this, I think it would be best to continue it because if lots of people who probably would have wanted to comment on it, and I just think it would be fair to continue on, have it continue to another agenda.
Councilmember Daley?
I think we should
Power through.
Councilmember Flagger?
Mayor, I'm actually going to defer to my colleagues who are there in person. I will go with whatever majority of you decide to do.
City Attorney, is it okay if we power through? I mean, we've lost some members on Zoom, but we still have 19 attendees.
As long as the doors are open and people can call in, we're accessible. We can, if you want to go forward.
City manager?
It's like under 2449, if we lose power, we can't continue because people can't.
Right,
zoom
no,
in and
but
can't
here
call
we're-
in and, yeah, so.
I agree, we've lost some online, but we also have some people here who've been with us through this and who want to comment, and we have staff who've been with us through this, though I'm not sure what. They could probably go either way, but I do think we can power on, and let's just try to move quickly through the next one. So it's Councilmember Leanne.
I thought he was.
Oh, yeah, were you gonna say something?
No, Mayor, I thought you were calling on me, but the staff is happy to continue or adjourn at the pleasure of council.
You're right, I did call on you and then I kept talking. So you're okay either way.
We're happy with what council decides.
Okay. I'm gonna say then if the majority of us are willing to power on, let's do that. We also have people here in the audience who want to talk. So it's not ideal situation, but I think having lost already a whole meeting, let's not lose more. Okay, so outdoor dining program, I think we were sort of finishing up the discussion on either or versus and I could use a reminder.
You were asking me what I thought about either or versus and.
Okay, good, perfect, take away.
I support and from a policy perspective, but in practice, I would leave it to the city staff to apply a very rigorous set of standards to grant a permit to a restaurateur who wanted to, for both of those programs. Hoping that the restaurateurs will present such a compelling case to you that they'll get both their programs. But I'm not going to substitute my judgment for staff's with regard to whether or not a specific case is appropriate.
And Mayor,
yes,
when we were on our little break, someone asked me about this, so I thought I'd let everybody know. In these permits, these encroachment permits for the downtown dining and the park programs, there's a hold harmless and indemnity that they have to do, and they have to require insurance. And we also require that they abide by all federal, state, and local laws. So, for the ADA or ABC, we would turn back to them and say, that's your responsibility. So, and I do know a couple of years ago with COVID and the county coming and citing some people because they were staying open when they were supposed to be closed. I remember getting a call from someone and I said, your permit says you have to comply with all state, local laws. And I said, go see it was an attorney. And I said, go see your client's permit because it's right there. And so they, I never got a call back. So we're pretty much covered, but it doesn't mean we won't be named if there's a lawsuit. And
My biggest concern is an ADA suit, right?
Yes.
Because they're going to go after
everybody.
Whether or not they have a case isn't the governing factor on whether or not they, name us as a.
No, they're just nuisance cases. Yeah. The low settlement.
And they will go for deeper pockets too, if they can. So if they have a basis for naming the city as the defendant in their case, they would, but they were.
Okay, so let me survey my colleagues. It sounds like three of you support an and with strong compliance.
I gotta ask a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Because when the attorney said it's up to them to get the ABC or to get this, I think it's up to our staff to make sure that they have all those things in place. So that's why it's important to leave the final discretion to our staff. And they have to make sure that all these things.
They get those permits, but then if after we give them the encroachment permit and they start blocking access or they start doing things in violation of ADA or the fire code or something, we signed off on it for that one plan, but if they move things around and they change that, then that would end up being a code enforcement issue, or it could be their own violation. But but we will make sure that they have the proper licenses, but afterwards, are they following the ABC rules? That's not, that would be an ABC issue.
So I will clarify, I think it's, the staff is definitely, fine with doing the and not the or, if that's so chose by council. I think Councilmember Daley articulated it clearly, is that staff though is authorized to enforce the 5-foot regulation for ADA compliance, because inevitably we do want to, not for even the legality components of it, we do want to make sure that we provide the path of travel for our constituents and visitors. So I think that's a part of it. And actually, if we really remember, if we jump back several months ago when we first started talking about the parklets and sidewalk dining, is the council actually asked us is why we're bringing forward 3 separate almost programs, but all together. And this is actually very specific to the reason why we were doing that, is so that if we had a bad operator that was only bad in one area of their permitting, we would then take away that portion of their permit instead of saying, nope, you lose all of it. So that was also a part of, I know Anthony's kind of logic with making sure that we presented all 3 of these different but similar items for us to be able to ensure compliance.
Okay, so city attorney, do you need motions for each of the 3 resolutions in them? There's 3 resolutions in the package, or will a motion, single motion?
I would do a motion on each one.
Okay.
Are you making changes to?
Well, that's what I'm gonna, staff, are you clear on, so we went through a number of different factors and we were largely in agreement on everything except there either or versus and, to the ends, I think with strong compliance have
Would
had
you like
one.
to summarize, Mayor?
Yes, please.
So what we believe the direction from council is to move the removal date to the first business day in January to start removal. Propane heaters will be allowed though with annual review. So when the infrastructure is in place, council can consider moving to electric. The revised center line was approved, which means that we'll be moving forward with the dimensions proposed this evening. Business owner and restaurant owner need to approve anything in front of their store. The fee will be $3 per square foot. The city will purchase a mold to assist in uniformity and bringing the cost down. And restaurants will be able to apply for both parklet and sidewalk dining. We will clearly mark or delineate the path. We will enforce the ADA component. We will apply our CASP standards to it for the review we have.
Okay, and the fee was $3 per year to be looked at annually.
Yes, all fees are repeated.
Yeah,
For the heaters with making sure they get the hazmat certification.
Yes, complying with all applicable
Okay,
regulations.
so then with that, do I have someone who's willing to move each of the resolutions?
I have a question. We do each resolution. What happens to the either or and discussion?
They they have the
That
direction
it's functioned
to,
based on guidance. Is that we're giving staff guidance?
well,
to say
then
that
don't you
The
make the rest
the resolutions would be amended based on the direction.
consistent with the direction?
So that the motion would need to incorporate the summary that I provide.
And I can make the motion, Mayor.
Why didn't you take possession?
Mary, you broke up. Are you asking me to make the motions?
Go ahead and make the motion. City attorney, did you have any?
I was just clarifying about outdoor display program, and Mr. England said, yes, there would be.
Yeah, we had no real comments on that, so,
And so,
okay.
Oh, wait, one more thing. Question. And then, earlier I asked if the liability language could be in all 3 guides, and I want to make sure they're in all 3 guides. And that
in their permit, yeah.
no, but I'd also like it in the guides. I think it's important to have that clarity in all 3 guides.
Happy to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Fliger, we're ready for motion.
Okay, first motion, I move that we adopt resolution number 2023 number to be added by staff, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos establishing a City of Los Altos parklet program with the amendments that were articulated by the city manager as they relate to this resolution.
Second.
Councilmember Daley,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng. Yes. Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg,
Yes.
Mayor Meadows. Yes, motion carried. Next resolution.
I move that Los Altos City Council adopt resolution number 2023 number to be added by staff, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos establishing a City of Los Altos sidewalk dining guide with the amendments related to this resolution that were articulated by the city manager.
Second.
Councilmember Daley,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg,
Yes.
Mayor Meadows. Yes, motion carries. Right. Next one, last one.
Thanks, Mayor. I move that the Los Altos City Council adopt resolution number 2023 number to be added by staff, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Los Altos establishing a City of Los Altos outdoor display program with the amendments related to this resolution that were articulated by the city manager.
Second.
Councilmember Daley,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
Yeah.
Councilmember Fliger,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg,
Aye.
Mayor Meadows. Yes, motion carries. All right, so thank you all. We're going to move on to item number 7. Have staff give us an update and feel free to be as brief as you want to be. And thank you for hanging in there.
So, hey, good evening, Madam Mayor Meadows and council members. Casey Leadham and I are sustainability coordinators in the Environmental Services and Utilities Department. And tonight we're bringing forward the REACH codes, the Environmental Commission's REACH code recommendations. So as everyone knows, every 3 years, the California Building Standards Code is updated. And REACH codes are requirements that exceed the minimum state requirements. Just to refresh everyone's memory, on September 6th, the Environmental Commission presented REACH codes to the City Council. Staff directed, our council members directed staff to complete further action. 2022 California Building Standards Code was adopted with local amendments on November 29th, 2022, and then the Environmental Commission recommends proposed REACH codes to the City Council on the 13th of February, 2023. So during the September 16th meeting, Council directed staff to adopt the 2022 California Building Codes with local amendments, which we have done, complete a local cost analysis, which we have also done, research other peer and local jurisdictions REACH codes, and update REACH code recommendations. And with that, I'll pass it over to Casey.
So the updated REACH code recommendations are directly tied to the goals and actions within the Los Altos CAP. Data from 2018 indicates that residential and commercial energy, as well as transportation, are the 2 largest sources of greenhouse gas emissions in Los Altos. The CAP includes a goal of carbon neutrality by 2035, as well as goals related to energy and transportation. Energy goals include requiring all electric new buildings and major retrofits. And transportation goals include reaching 80% community-wide EV adoption by 2035 and accelerating community-wide EV supply equipment to support this EV adoption. These overarching CAP goals are further broken down into specific action items as shown here. So within the energy sector, 2.2A is to adopt evolving reach codes and expand to include large additions and major remodels, which is something that that is being addressed in these reach codes. And then within transportation is to actively promote EV adoption and require EV only parking. And this includes requiring businesses to set aside a percentage of parking spaces for EVs. And then 1.5A is to increase the number of available level 2 EV charging stations in workplace, commercial, and multifamily areas. And then lastly, 1.5C is to expand the current EV charging and pre-wiring requirements in future reach code updates. So multiple aspects of these CAP action items are included in the proposed reach codes. So taking a look at some of the main reasons behind these reach code updates. As mentioned, one of the main reasons is to progress CAP goals and to decrease greenhouse gas emissions in Los Altos. Updating the reach codes will also help align our codes with neighboring jurisdictions, which is more efficient for development, permitting, and inspections. And then this also just helps us plan for future policies and trends, such as increased EV adoption. It's also important to note that these proposed reach codes meet or exceed the Bay Area Model Code in nearly all cases. So with building electrification, the proposed reach codes meet or exceed the Bay Area Model Code in all cases except for non-residential exceptions, and we'll get into that. For EVs, the proposed reach codes meet or exceed the Bay Area Model Reach Code in all cases. And the proposed reach codes align with or exceed reach codes in neighboring jurisdictions. So we'll first dive into building electrification and then move to the EVs. So as directed by council, city staff reviewed reach codes for neighboring jurisdictions. We looked at whether the jurisdictions included a 50% modification rule, whether they allowed exceptions for all electric residential construction and all electric non-residential new construction. So more than half of neighboring jurisdictions included 50% modification language. And we do not currently have language included in our Los Altos reach code currently, but this is a recommendation that is included in the recommended reach codes. And then 60% of jurisdictions require all electric new construction with no exceptions for residential, which is consistent with the proposed recommendations. And then 80% of jurisdictions require all electric non-residential new construction and do allow some exceptions. So that is also consistent with the proposed reach codes. Here's a look at the proposed changes to the Los Altos reach codes. So some of the key updates included in these proposed codes are that it applies to new construction, substantial additions and alterations, and project valuations greater than 250,000. There are no exceptions for residential cooktops and fireplaces. Restaurants must complete an application process to be granted an exception for all electric construction. No extension of gas infrastructure is allowed, and all electric buildings shall not be converted to a mixed fuel building in the future. So looking at specifically building occupancy types and a comparison of codes, and these requirements again apply to new construction and major remodels. So the reach codes, the recommended reach codes require all electric construction with no exceptions for new single-family homes and new multifamily developments. These requirements exceed the California Building Standards Code and the current Los Altos reach code and are consistent with the Bay Area Model Code. For new non-residential buildings, the proposed REACH codes require all electric construction. And non-residential buildings, including restaurants, public buildings, and laboratories, may apply for an exception. So this also exceeds the California Building Standards Code and exceeds our current Los Altos code, and is the only requirement that is slightly less stringent than the Bay Area model code. Staff also looked at permit data specific to Los Altos for single-family residential construction in order to better understand how many single-family homes could be electrified under the proposed REACH codes. We looked at data for 2022 for new construction and assumed that all permits for additions greater than 750 square feet would meet that threshold. And then approximately half the permits for additions less than 750 square feet would meet that threshold. And this is just how the permits are currently logged in our system. So it's not logged by that 50%. So under that, including some kind of 50% requirement would electrify, including that plus new construction, would electrify approximately 143 homes.
Can you go back one slide? I want to read the paragraph.
This 50% requirement would apply if the sum total of foundation, roof framing, and exterior walls are added, removed, replaced, or relocated.
So is it okay if we're asking questions about? I don't know.
I think we want them to get through it and then we ask questions if you make a note of your questions. Yeah, thank you.
And the recommended REACH codes also include a valuation threshold of 250,000 for additions and alterations projects, which would trigger the all electric building requirements. So based on 2022 data, approximately 59 single family homes would fall into that category. Lastly, the proposed REACH code recommendations do not allow for extension of gas infrastructure. And they also prohibit conversion of all electric buildings to mixed fuel buildings in the future. So just to summarize, when do these REACH codes apply and when do they not apply? So they do apply to all newly constructed buildings, residential and non-residential. Existing buildings with substantial additions or modifications that are meeting that 50% threshold. Replacement, any kind of appliance replacement or installation that requires extension of gas infrastructure, since that is not allowed under the proposed codes. So these REACH codes do not affect existing buildings that are not doing any additions or modifications. They do not affect existing buildings that are doing additions or modifications that are under that 50% threshold within a 3-year period. And they do not affect replacement or installation of exterior gas appliances that don't require any extension of infrastructure. And they don't govern any replacement of existing interior gas appliances at end of service life. Pass it back to Tom here.
All right, so EV infrastructure. So similar to the building electrification, the model or the codes that are being proposed exceed or meet the model code. It's important to note that the EV requirements amongst neighboring jurisdictions varies greatly. But through our research, we concluded that in each of the following occupancy types, the Environmental Commission's REACH codes recommendations are in line with peer jurisdictions and either meets or exceeds the Bay Area model code. So before jumping into the recommendations, I'll go over the different levels of EV infrastructure and a quick recap of some of the terms we'll be using in the upcoming slides. So EV capable is essentially saving electrical panel capacity and having conduit ready for an future EV charging space. EV ready is EV capable plus the branch circuit and the outlet. So ready to be plugged in for charging. EVCS / EV installed is all of that, the infrastructure plus the charging station with the chargers as well. Okay, so our current recommendations for single family home meet our current code requirements that we have in place and exceed the model code. The current recommendations for multifamily dwellings is one of the options from the Bay Area model code and exceeds our current code. The recommendations for non-residential occupancies all call for increased EV infrastructure and exceed the Bay Area model code. So in addition to the increased EV requirements for each occupancy type, the Environmental Commission is recommending that non-residential existing parking facilities that are added, altered, or renovated also trigger additional EV infrastructure. So to summarize, we're recommending maintaining single-family requirements with the current code, increase in EV charging spaces for all other occupancies, and including requirements for existing building, parking additions, and renovations. So staff recommends that council approve the Environmental Commission's REACH codes as presented above and move to introduce and waive further reading of the ordinance.
Thank you very much. So we're going to council questions and Councilor Daly. Over to you first.
Can you guys please bring up slide number 13 again? So additions greater than 750 square feet, according to this slide, are likely above the 50% threshold. And I just would like you to explain why that is the case. Let's say you have a 3,000 square foot house and you do a 750 foot addition. How is that going to trigger that 50% requirement? Or that 50% threshold?
Right, if I recall correctly, I think a lot of the additions projects also included modifications to the structure. When we looked through some of the permit
So
data.
those 26 instances were people that did additions. And in each of those 26 cases, they were greater than 750 square feet. They could have been a 2,000 square foot addition, right? What was but I guess what I'm driving at here is that 50% threshold. Seems like you can get there pretty easily when you start opening up your house and doing work on it.
Potentially. It is based on linear footage that's being altered or added for roof framing and exterior walls, and then linear footage or area of foundation as well. So it is based on, we did include it, or the Environmental Commission did recommend additions and alterations to both contribute to that 50%.
Doesn't actually tell us the percentage, so 26. I'm just sorry, I'm picking up on your question. So 26 out of however many, so you really don't know.
Well, 26 out of 188 residential alterations. Greater than 750 square feet.
and would have likely triggered the 50% threshold. That's what I'm reading. What I'm struggling with is
But that's only 10, that's 12% of residential alterations, not a lot.
So the residential alterations category is actually separate from those two categories.
Category, not
So a lot of those
Yeah.
are a kitchen remodel, a bathroom remodel, just alterations contained within the existing structure.
yeah,
All I'm saying is we don't get a sense of whether the 26 that were likely over the 50% threshold, whether that's a lot of our permits or not a lot of our permits. So
Is 143 a lot?
I don't, what's our total?
So, I mean, is it a lot? I mean, Veronica, what's our total? Building permits issued?
Well, I think last year we were close to 3,000 permits issued.
And that's inclusive of every student.
That's inclusive of every.
Yeah, so the city of Los Altos last year issued approximately 3,000 residential building permits. However, that's inclusive of everything. So that doesn't mean that we're talking
how many
about.
are open at a given time? How many permits are open at a given time? Because not all 3,000 were completed during the year.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, so those are the ones that are applied for. Open, I mean, we don't honestly keep that data. We'd have to run a specific report to see exactly.
We don't
which
have
are
a
open.
specific answer to that, but I just wanted to clarify that while 3,000 permits may have been applied for last year, the chances are probably pretty good that we have 5,000 open.
Yeah, or longer, because
Yeah.
I mean, as long
So
as someone
26
is,
is even less than that.
as long as someone is accomplishing a building inspection within the course of 6 months, it resets and renews the permit to keep on going until they end up actually finishing their project.
Okay, so. And what we're seeing on this slide is that had we had the model, had we had these reach codes in place, 143 residents approximately. It's the estimate of the number of residents who would have had to electrify.
And that the number does include the new construction and detached ADU. So
Right. New construction.
That doesn't necessarily mean they haven't. We have a lot of residents who choose on their own.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just trying to get a sense for what the real impact of reach codes will be. And it actually, reminds me of some of the push-pull in developing the reach codes. And people say, well, gosh, I don't wanna, we should be mindful not to put too much of a burden on residents, but counterbalancing that, we have to move the needle. We have to have reach codes that are substantial
Let's
enough.
save that for discussion. So we're still
Got
asking
it, got it.
questions.
Yeah, that's it. That's my only question. I was
That's
just
your only
trying to
question. Okay.
dig into those numbers and
Vice
get
Mayor,
us, get
okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Two questions. First is, how does staff determine if a project is a modification or if it is a repair?
So Veronica, the building official, will answer that question, just since that's an application of actual permitting.
And so that's determined when we take in the plans and we view the plans when they submit for plan check.
Is there hard and fast criteria or is it a totality of the circumstances?
You're not gonna get repairs when they're submitting for addition remodels. So the repairs will come in as like a single permit application to repair a wall that has dry rot from termites. They're not gonna submit that with their building permit for an addition that alters the residents 50% or more.
I take your logic. I'm thinking about the person who doesn't want to incur the cost of remodeling and is
Sure.
therefore going to
We would
start.
anticipate that some people
Okay.
are gonna come in and try to.
So you've been anticipating this. This is something that staff has been it's on your radar.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. enough.
So I think also where you're going to, Councilmember Weinberg, is that there is the 3-year limit. So it's over the course of the 3 years, people can't, we used to see this a lot in the coastal zone is people would, because of the nonconformities to the floodplain, they would just piecemeal it and do, oh, I'm gonna do, you know, a little bit here, I'm gonna do a little bit there. It's accumulative over the 3 years, so it takes that long until the clock resets, essentially. It also mirrors the building code cycle to be able to also make sure people aren't circumventing building code compliance.
Sure. I'm reassured to hear this because as a council member, I don't want people to try to work around the system. As a real estate attorney, I have clients coming to me all the time saying, how do I work around the system? So that this is the person that came to my mind as I watched the presentation, but it sounds like you guys are on top of it. That's good enough. Okay, my second question, I apologize, is very wonky. But in questions to staff, I did ask a question regarding one of the reports that we received in the packet. And the recommendation in the report was that the REACH code team recommends that jurisdictions adopting an all-electric REACH code for single-family buildings also include an efficiency requirement with EDR2 margins consistent with the all-electric code minimum package. And my question was, do our REACH codes comply with that recommendation? And the response was, we'll get back to you tonight. So I just wanted to follow up on that.
Well, I put a time limit, no, I'm just kidding. Yes, no, it does meet that. So, yeah, that's the hard answer.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Question. Okay, go ahead. So you put the 50% modification, but I'm uncomfortable with the 250,000 valuation that was attached to that 50,000. 50%. So can you help me understand? Because when people do a remodel, most times the cost per square foot nowadays is at the lowest, probably 800 square feet. $800 per square foot. And it doesn't make sense. And that would actually add up to that 750 square foot remodel would cost you about 600,000. So then I don't think that the $250,000 trigger is a good valuation because some people's smaller remodels of a bathroom could even add up to 250,000. And then so why is it at that figure?
So Councilmember, I can go ahead and respond to that. So there's a little bit of a misconception unless you're applying for building permits regularly. So the council actually establishes the building permit valuation fee schedule. Our building permit valuation per square foot is $165 per square foot. So actually that valuation is actually more so in line with what our building valuation table is actually currently set at. So although the price of doing construction oftentimes is higher for the actual resident itself, our valuation table does not match that escalated price per square foot for construction. Where then I would actually then advise the council, the valuation table is immune from inflation because it's already set. It does not go up. We raise it by CPI, and that's it. As we all know, CPI is, 3% sometimes. It just depends. So that's what it's at actually. So if you actually divide it out $250,000 by 165, it comes out to 1550 square feet. So actually then that's twice as much of the 750 threshold that was previously discussed for additions. So actually it's until the valuation table were to be actually updated, that valuation would be valid. I will say also there's a lot of other jurisdictions that use the valuation criteria in order to be able to prove easily with cost effectiveness, because cost effectiveness at the end of the day does have the dollar component is what's going to be the threshold that says, well, we're spending a certain level of money cumulatively on a project. So we're gonna then, as a jurisdiction, require another $20,000, let's say, of an improvement that then electrifies the home. And then we get all the other benefits of what the REACH codes actually accomplish.
So the cities that approve for 75% remodel, 75% modification, what is their valuation for the 75%?
I don't think that the jurisdictions that have the 75% criteria have also the dollar amount valuation built in, at least from our limited ability to look at that for that specific jurisdiction.
So when we say 50%, we don't have to provide a monetary valuation because there's another tool you can use to measure the 50%, correct?
Yeah, so I mean, the 50% is based off of the area of the actual structure or the addition. Yeah.
So it's not necessary to have the monetary valuation.
It is not, but like what the sustainability coordinators did show is that we actually already are capturing a good number of our permits in the city, which it goes on the slide to show that in 2022, 59 of the permits that would be captured normally did already trigger that based on just the valuation alone. So, and when we presented this as an additional option to the Environmental Commission, we also gave the 100,000 threshold, which I think is a pretty aggressive valuation, and also the Environmental Commission concurred that that would be a little bit too far of a reach given. And so that they were more comfortable with the $250,000 for the dollar valuation there.
So there's no linkage between the 50% and the 250,000. Those are separate criteria by which you could find yourself forced to comply.
But then he said we can put the percentage and we don't have to add a dollar valuation.
They're two separate things.
Right.
So that Councilmember Liang.
Thank you.
Continue with your question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I know that some cities have put just percentages and they didn't add dollar valuation, and that's what I wanted to get clarified by Director Zorns, which I got clarified. So thank you very much. The other thing I wanted to ask was staff was saying it was important to have the intent to align with other cities. But then yet when we have other programs come before us, it's troubling that it's not necessary to align our other programs like our fee schedules. So I'll save I guess that's comment. So I guess I'll save it. Sorry, that's enough for my questions.
You're done with questions. Okay, Councilmember Fliger, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm glad the Vice Mayor admitted that he was the one who asked about the EDR too. I was wondering who asked that wonky question. So I do want to start out with that evaluation question because I think it addresses one of the concerns I've always had about equity when we look at a 50% threshold for existing buildings, a 50% remodel. So I want to make sure I understand this $250,000 project valuation. So based on what Mr. Zorns explained about $165 per square foot, and it's either or. So if a resident were doing a remodel to an existing home that was not 50%, but the valuation was $250,000, the REACH codes would apply to that remodel, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because from an equity perspective, I was always concerned that for smaller homes, they would get to that 50% much faster than larger homes. And I think by doing this valuation, it addresses that. Then the second part of my question, still on the 250, Mr. Zorns, and you said, apart from CPI, we rarely change that 165 rate. But how often, so for example, I wouldn't want to set an amount in the code that gets changed. And so do you have any concerns there about saying 250,000 since it is based on our current rate? And I know you said it rarely changes, there may be CPI, but it always bothers me when you have a hard number built into our codes, and we're hoping not to change this, next year again. So could you just walk me through your thought process and why you feel comfortable doing 250 and that's not going to change anytime soon?
I think the $250,000, essentially, when you're looking at it, is that's an investment into a property that's so significant that really the cost to fully electrify a building, which would be predominantly changing 3 main appliances, which is your cooktop type appliance, your water heater, and if you have a gas dryer, for example. So realistically, the conversion of those is not going to be something that's drastically an increase to that particular threshold of $250,000. And so I think that, like I mentioned earlier, as we did give which is currently displayed on the screen right now, we gave the Environmental Commission the option to further weigh in when we presented that, valuation component was the 100,000. I do think that would be aggressive. Obviously, that's almost twice as many permits would be captured on just a valuation requirement. So I do think that the $250,000 is kind of the sweet spot. It's what I've seen in other jurisdictions that has kind of passed the laugh test, and folks have been doing the valuation in Southern California, for example, since the last time we did the code updates, 4 years ago, essentially with the last round of code. So I do think that it's something that would be plausible for us to be able to implement, and it's kind of a safe number. Again, I think anything lower would be a little bit more aggressive than we might want to be with our first attempt at using valuation as a threshold.
Thank you. And then just from a permit processing perspective, I understand based on our current codes and our current process, obviously someone doing a 50% or more remodel, that would clearly hit our permitting process. But let's say someone is doing a 10% remodel on a much larger home, and the valuation is 250,000. Would that still have to go through a permitting process? I mean, I'm trying to ensure that 250 would still be able to capture those projects that would trigger the REACH codes.
Yeah, so the city of Los Altos actually calculates permit valuation for all building permits that are issued. Some jurisdictions actually do not, and they have some of the permit types as essentially a flat threshold fee. We calculate it for all of them so that we know exactly what the improvement to property is in the city in any given calendar year. So this particular instance of a 10% remodel to a very large home, and it did trigger the $250,000 valuation threshold, it would be captured and it would be required to electrify the property.
Right. For some reason, I thought a couple of years ago, I heard that if it didn't hit that 50% threshold, then it wouldn't necessarily go through the city process. Okay. And then just 2 more questions, Mayor, on the no extension of gas infrastructure. And first, let me just obviously thank, or they're not new anymore, sustainability coordinators for their presentation, and of course, our Environmental Commission for all the work in bringing this forward. We know it wasn't easy, so thank you so much. And you can tell because we don't have that many questions compared to the last time, so great work. On the no extension of gas infrastructure, I wasn't sure if that applied to the interior. So for example, if a resident were to, remodel a living room with a gas fireplace, but they're not, well, let's say they're moving the gas fireplace. So they have to redo the gas infrastructure, but it doesn't hit 50% and it doesn't hit the 250. Would that resident be required to replace that gas fireplace with an electric fireplace? Because they are moving the gas infrastructure.
That's right.
No, it doesn't. Because it doesn't meet the 50% trigger.
Okay, so even if they have to move the gas infrastructure, that's allowed and it doesn't trigger the reach codes.
That's correct.
Thank you. And then I had one more question. Yeah, that's it for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Liang, clarifying question.
If the council chooses to retain the the valuation threshold, can we add an escalator so that way it doesn't need to come back for review?
We wouldn't do that here. We would do that as a part of when we actually do the building valuation table update. So that's when we would do that. And we always, when we're doing that, it's part of usually the budget process. However, I will at least expand on is that we are going to be doing our comprehensive fee study for all city fees, which will include the building valuation table. And just like anything else, there's going to be obviously a sunrise date on that, just like ordinances. So we would then be able to escalate that or obviously modify as appropriate.
And then I got a question for either one of you. I noticed some of the exceptions that were allowed by the other cities. Is this exceptions that we don't feel that would be warranted for the beach codes that we're adopting today?
I believe the proposed reach codes are fairly in line with exceptions in other cities. Majority of other cities for residential did not provide exceptions, and that's also what we're providing, what these reach codes recommend. And then,
so what if they have commercial cooking in their house because they have a business? We have all exceptions for that.
currently it's only allowing an application for an exception for non-residential commercial.
Right, so if someone has a small business and they need that capability in their single family home, we won't make any exceptions per se. That's correct, no exception. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm looking at some of the exceptions that are allowed for other cities. And so I'm just asking for the clarification. Thank you.
Okay, so just a couple questions from me. So I would like you to explain the valuation, what it is, define it. It's a permit-based valuation, and how does that compare to what we think of, the cost that a homeowner might pay? So obviously the permit valuations are quite a bit lower. You said 165 per square foot. And, we could be paying $600, $800, $1,000 per square foot. So can you explain a little bit about where that permit valuation is derived? I just to help me grasp the concept.
So the building valuation table is always set, whether or not there's the square footage, which ours is 165. There's certain valuations when it comes to very specific improvements that you're doing. So if you're doing a repipe, if you're there's multiple different prongs. I mean, as you can imagine, you can get a building permit for a variety of different things.
Yes.
And you obviously don't pay like a square footage if you're installing like a new dishwasher or something that would require that, or if you just need a 220 volt to be able to plug in one of your new electric cooktops. So things like that, there isn't necessarily a square footage valuation. The reason why valuation tables obviously differ from like what we would say like in market is because obviously things like inflation and obviously just builders' prerogative to charge what they want. So cities always have to set what they then believe, or the council so elects to choose as what is going to be our base, that we will never permit something for lower than this. Unfortunately, Los Altos has not really amended that valuation table in several years, which is very California. This is every agency I've worked in California. No one's really done the bullet of what it is, but we are significantly lower than our neighboring jurisdictions. And that's, Veronica has looked at several of them, and that's obviously something that will come back to council separately as a part of the comprehensive fee update.
So, but when a resident looks at this valuation, it's not the amount of money we're paying to do the job.
Correct.
It's in fact, so the 250,000 translates into maybe 500,000 out of pocket or more, depending on the valuation tables. So because I don't think that message is understood broadly in the community. I didn't really understand it either. And so we're not saying you spend 250,000, right? Maybe you do 2 bathrooms. Well, hopefully you don't pay that much for 2 bathrooms, but you might. And it's not what you pay for it. It's a permit, it's a valuation process that is not correlated much to the cost of actually doing the work. Okay, I think that's important because as it's portrayed as, you know, you're spending 250,000 and here you've triggered this. So, okay, so thank you for that. And then, so the 50% threshold is very much, and I saw this a lot when I served on design review commission, because that really is, you know, that 50% threshold was very important at the single family home level. And that really involves walls, additions, roof, whatever. If you say, all right, I'm tired of this wallpaper, hate this carpet, I'm going to rip everything out, but I'm not touching a wall, I'm not changing the roof line at all, and you're going to put in all new carpet, fancy paint, whatever, that's
all work that doesn't require building permit.
right. So you can do all that. It's really the structural aspects. If you're changing roof lines because you're adding something here, and then it's not, I'm gonna go in, you know, and refresh my house.
Right. So essentially,
yes.
it's
I could still spend 250,000 on it, but
it's the two kind of critical F's that we say in building is foundation and framing. But framing is for walls, it's for roofs, it's and obviously you cannot do additions without those 2 F's is framing and foundation. You need both in order to create space.
Right.
So that's inevitably what we would end up seeing, a modification, alteration, or addition of, and then that's what triggers the 50%.
Okay. And then the other thing that you already answered, but I'm gonna make sure is so replacement of appliances at failure and doesn't trigger anything, and at refresh or redecorating, where does that fall? That doesn't. Correct. Okay. So it's we're into the alphabet tonight, so we're on to letter F now. Okay, good. So those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Oh, yes.
I have one more question about the valuation table. Does this pertain to adjustments to property tax assessment? When somebody does a big project, how is that number calculated?
So when someone pulls a building permit, the county assessor's office is transmitted. They do their own assessment. They can look at what we do for valuation, but they also sometimes have their own. This is what the scope of work is. This is what the valuation is, especially when you're doing an addition. That's fully the county assessor, and quite frankly, we do not get involved in that whatsoever. And it's something that they can change their own processes, and we don't have any information regarding it, but they get essentially a copy record of all permits that are ever issued. The fun part of that is that, I mean, most of the counties are 6 months to several years behind of processing actual reassessments of post-improvement valuations.
Yeah, it's, okay. So I think wait, Councilmember Flecker, do you have an additional question?
I do. I'm sorry. It's based on your questioning about the design review commission and the 50%, because again, I want to make sure that's clear. So Mr. Zorns, if a resident wants to make a 10%, I'm going back to the 10% structural change to their 3,000 or 3,500 square foot home, would that trigger, would they have to go through our permitting process and then that would trigger the reach codes? I want to make sure that, going back to the equity issue, because that's why I appreciate the valuation metric. It's even if it's below 50%, as long as it meets certain criteria, it would still have to go through the permitting process and that will still trigger the reach code requirements. Is that correct?
Yeah, so what you're talking about, it's a good example of entitlements versus permits, or a project versus a
Explain
permit.
it to me.
Yeah, so with entitlements or a project, that's going to be a discretionary review approval that, yes, does have different thresholds that you very well could circumvent city review for discretion if it's below a certain threshold. So 10% is usually a number. Also 50% is sometimes the threshold. It just depends on what you're doing to a project. In regards to a permit, so that's a separate type of review. A permit would be reviewed with a 50% threshold, like we're discussing this evening, and the potential of a $250,000 valuation threshold. They would be looked at completely separately. You would get your design review approval for a potential 10% addition. And then it would then obviously probably not trigger the 50% of changing, shear walls and things like that nature in the actual computation of the area in a building permit. But it very well could trigger the $250,000 valuation for the actual cost of the building permit because of whatever the scope of work is going to be. However, that's one of the things that a lot of times we don't look at in the project or entitlement process, is that it might be a 10% addition. So yes, you're triggering discretionary review for the project scope. However, when you go into building permits, you're triggering additional scope, which would create shear walls. It would create a variety of different types of improvements that then means you're starting to open up a lot of different structural walls and potentially changing those members that are encapsulated within the actual structure.
Well, in that answer, Mr. Zord, but just similar to how you had the numbers of permits issued for the 50% or more threshold, do we have that number for this past year for the 250,000 valuation? Like how many projects would have triggered the reach codes?
59.
59. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, so I think we finished council questions, so we can go on, and thank you so much. So we're going to go on to public comment. I have quite a few cards for people to speak in the chambers, and yes, please raise your hands. All right, the hands are flowing in. Let me count here. Okay, we're given the number of speakers and the hour. I'm going to give everybody 2 minutes this time. We're going to start with Connie Miller, who will be followed by Christopher Nicholson, and followed by Freddie Wheeler. So, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. And I don't know how you all stay awake this long all the time, because I'm barely going to be cognitive here. I've been here since the beginning of the process, followed every meeting for the last year and a half, and I'm imploring you, do not water this down. This is a good sound reach code as it's presented, and it's not this catastrophic change. You saw the numbers there, they were very low. We have to remember why we're doing this in the first place. We're doing it with other cities and comparing ourselves because it's a regional problem. It's not like our own permit fees. If one city fails, we all fail. It's a public safety issue. We need to do this for our kids. Councilmember Daley was spot on. The only greenhouse gas that can reduce the numbers that we need in the short amount of time that we're being told we have is methane. We have to get it out of our system. Why does this make sense? It's not going to hurt seniors. If you are a low-income senior, you're not going to spend over $250,000 on a remodel, and you're certainly not going to do new construction. And even if you were, there are so many incentives right now from SVCE and the Inflation Reduction Act that the numbers are almost cut in half in terms of the expenses, and they're not even reflected in this packet. The code as it's written, if you do the math and what our housing stock is and the adoption rate, the current REACH codes are capturing about 1% of our housing stock a year. And with these new REACH codes, we're going to go up to 2%. It's still barely enough to move the needle, but we need to do it. All in all, it's going to put us in the middle of the pack with other cities in our region. We're not an outlier. If we don't do this, we'll be an outlier in the wrong direction.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Christopher Nicholson, followed by Freddie Wheeler, followed by John Bear.
Hi, Council, Chris Nicholson. Good to see you again. So my mom built a beautiful new kitchen on her house, which had not had a new kitchen in like 50 years. Built it in 2018, spent a good chunk of money. I won't say how much, but I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure. I don't think it qualified as, I think they kept it just under was what she was saying. But anyway, it was expensive, but not like gigantic addition, kind of $1 million kind of thing. Put in a gorgeous gas range that was on the other side of the kitchen. So they had to do a bunch of gas work to do it. And 4 years later, she's talking to me about how much would it cost to put in an induction, because she read the same stuff everybody else did about how nasty and bad it is to have indoor air pollution, even with a gorgeous, expensive, hood that's there. Because of course, who runs the thing every time you want to like heat up a pot of coffee? Now, I'll grant, like anybody, it was nice to have a gas stove when the power went out last month. I made pancakes on that stove when the power was out by lighting it on fire. But we shouldn't make policy for something that happens once every 5 years. We shouldn't make policy because there's too many problems. Other people are going to talk about greenhouse gases, and it's super important. But for all the kids who are going to grow up in houses with these really, really, really bad, really, really noxious stoves, the question I have for you is very simple. Why isn't the code going to force someone who's remodeling their kitchen, moving the gas stove to the other side of the kitchen? Why doesn't this code make that person put in an electric range? Why are we letting people completely remodel their thing, buy a completely new gas thing and say, sure, go ahead. You don't have to put in induction or whatever the heck else it is. Doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Time's up. Ms. Wheeler, followed by Mr. Bear, then Mr. Steinle.
Hello again. I know that I am in the minority and that I am not preaching to the choir here, but I do want to say a few things. One, there is a large community in Los Altos, a large part of the community who does not agree with you on your viewpoints about electrifying buildings, and especially with respect to remodels or additions. But a lot of people believe that we should be able to keep our gas stoves, our gas furnaces, and the cost of electrifying can be very expensive. Your own studies show that it can be as much as $90,000 to replace your appliances. The other thing that I just wanted to say was that we did not find out what was being proposed until late Friday afternoon. The community hasn't had time to digest this information. They haven't had time to provide you with input, their input. I think most people don't even know what's happening here tonight.
And so I just don't think that that's the right way to do something that's this major. And there are questions about this. The $250,000 threshold. We didn't know what that meant until tonight. So how could the community know what that meant? I just don't think it's right. There hasn't been time to discuss it. There hasn't been time to educate the community that you represent about what you are doing, what's being proposed. And you haven't had time to get their input because they don't know what's happening. So I would just ask that you make some efforts to educate your constituents and then take time to get their input before you vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Mr. Bear, followed by Eric Stein.
Okay, the letter of the day is R. Stands for reach codes. Also stands for reasonable. Question here is reasonability. And there's some things in the reach code that frankly, I don't think are reasonable. I don't think it's reasonable to make people have to get rid of their gas appliances, their cooktops, their furnaces, those sort of things. Secondly, I don't understand Mr. Zorin's math, and I don't think you understand, I don't think the community understands it. So using a number that's really, it's not a real number, makes it very hard for people to plan. So what counts, what doesn't? You know, it's confusing. So clarity is the other word that's important here, the letter C. And then I ask the question, which is when the big earthquake happens, and it will, and I have to spend $250,000 or more to rebuild my house, and I don't know what the math is because I don't understand Mr. Zorin's math. What happens then? I know in my house, the cost of electrification is somewhere north of $75,000 using the city's own study numbers. And you know what? If I have to pay for out of pocket for an earthquake and then spend another $75,000, you know, that could break the bank. Because that's not a planned remodel. That's an accident. That's an accident that frankly, CEA, our earthquake coverage, doesn't cover because there's a 15% deductible, which means we all get stuck with a very large bill. So I would encourage you to think carefully about the dollar limit because it could really come back and hurt people. And you talk about worrying about $600 for a restaurant, yet you're asking residents to pay upwards of $100,000 for electrification. Thank you.
Mr. Bear, Mr. Steinle.
I want to talk about statutory language. 70 years ago, my parents built an all electric house. I don't know what you all talked about here. Okay, but on page 168 of the PDF, and I'm talking about section 4.106.4.2. Too fast. Repeat. What did you just say? Page 168 of the PDF, and the section is 4.106.4.2. Of course, the other subject I like is multifamily. My favorite question is who owns Blackacre? And the reason I like that is because the answer always is that depends. And I'm required by union rules to answer all questions with that. So that's automatically the answer. It says, and this has to do with multifamily housing and new construction, with that whole section. Requirements, this has to do with the EV parking. Requirements apply to parking spaces that are assigned or leased to individual dwelling units as well as unassigned residential parking. Visitor or common area parking is not included. The problem with that is that whether it's leased or assigned or unassigned, it is common area by definition, by the law. Common area is what is owned by the homeowners association. This is why who owns Blackacre becomes the important question. Dwelling unit owners, unless it is deeded to them as part of what they buy, do not own it. They may have a superior beneficial
occupancy right, but that's all. It is owned by the homeowners association. It is common area. So that section is gobbledygook. Okay, you can say residential is included, non-residential parking is not included, visitor parking and other non-residential parking is not included in the requirement. But right now, what it says is, don't do this. Nothing will have electric vehicle parking under that line. And the rest of it is meaningless. So that has to be changed. Okay, that's number one. Trying to
Just to make sure you feel to, or I just want to remind you, you're speaking as an individual.
I'm speaking as an individual,
Yes.
planning commission.
Just to make sure we've got you covered.
Planning commissioners have to deal with this, and I'd rather deal with it now than at planning commission meetings. Okay. Number two,
Wait, no, your time's up.
but number two,
Yeah, no, your time's up. Sorry, Mr. Staley.
but I was gonna do the ADA, which is required.
Well, you can send an email to Mr. Zorns, make sure he has your, make sure he's got the right numbers.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay. First, it's Mia Ravishankar.
Hi, my name is Mia Ravi Shankar, and I've spent my entire life in Los Altos, and I'm currently a student at Mountain View High School. I ask that you vote for the adoption of the REACH code proposed by the Environmental Commission and presented by staff. This is a tiny step in showing that Los Altos will join the effort in reducing greenhouse gases as well as improving air quality and the health of residents. The staff report points out that the proposed REACH code is middle of the road, and other cities are doing a lot more. As a Los Alton, I want to say that my city will at least be doing something. As you know, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District recently voted to ban gas water heaters after 2027 and gas furnaces after 2029. Their decision was based on the harmful health effects of the nitrous oxides and particulate matter from gas appliances on outside air. They estimate that the ruling will help reduce 37 to 85 early deaths, as well as reduce heart attacks, asthma, lung cancer, and other health problems. Adopting the proposed REACH code will help the residents prepare for the Bay Area Air Quality Management District rule. The cost of new construction will be less if a gas line is not installed, and the line will be useless when gas appliances must be replaced with electric ones. It's also important to address the local cost summary in the staff report. It makes it seem like switching from gas to electric appliances would be really expensive. But with incentives like rebates and tax credits in 2023, it can actually be cheaper to switch to electric. Therefore, it would be better to go electric in the first place, avoid the costs, and enjoy the benefits of an electric building from the beginning. Please pass the REACH Codes 2.0 as presented by staff without exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Roberta Phillips.
Hi, good evening. So I really do not feel that these REACH codes are equitable. Someone could own a 1,300 square foot house and decide to add on 750 square feet or 600 square feet, and they're, at, way over the 50%, while somebody else who owns a 3,000 square foot home could do 10%. So, the wealthier people have an advantage over the average resident who's lived here for a long time. This $250,000 is very confusing to everybody. That's for sure. Nobody really understands it. And again, I complained earlier about the staff reports not coming out until late Friday. The REACH code people knew, the environmental knew what they were going to do weeks ago. I'm very concerned about the high school students who were calling in because they don't have the financial responsibility. If you ask them, would you like your parents to pay for you to go to college or electrify your house? They'll say, oh, we want them to pay for college. They are not given the critical thinking skills of the pros and cons. So we are cheating them by not giving them both sides of the story. So I really do oppose any changes to the current REACH codes. We should have consistency. If I live in Monterey or if I live up in Marin, I should have the same REACH codes as those cities do. not to say the Bay Area is an island. It's not true. And I think that we're overreaching and trying to slip in a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more every time we turn around. And I cannot afford $90,000 to have my gas furnace and my hot water heater changed. It just is not possible for me to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. Next is Dashiell Leeds.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the conservation organizer for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We fully support Los Altos' proposed REACH code as proposed by staff, including the recommendations of the Environmental Commission. This code is aligned with the recent policy developments, such as the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act and the recently adopted Bay Area Air Quality Management District Zero NOx standard for furnaces and water heaters. There are significant financial incentives available for residents seeking to decarbonize their home. The Environmental Commission recommendations are also aligned with neighboring and peer jurisdictions as staff has identified. We can see in attachment 4 that Mountain View, Palo Alto, San Carlos, Santa Clara, Saratoga, Sunnyvale, Los Gatos, and Portola Valley all have 50% remodel requirements. The Environmental Commission recommendations are also identified in the Los Altos Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Energy Goal 2.2 Action 2.2a states, expand new building codes to include large additions and major remodels. The REACH code is also aligned with Los Altos' public health goals. Gas leaks at extraction sites, it leaks out of gas pipelines during transportation, and it leaks into our homes. A 2013 meta-analysis found that children living in a home with gas cooking have a 42% increased risk of having current asthma, a 24% increased risk of having lifetime asthma, and an overall 32% increased risk of having current and lifetime asthma. Every new gas pipeline that we allow to be installed sets us back on our climate and health. Weakening this ordinance would set Los Altos back on its own building decarbonization goals. Please adopt this ordinance tonight and move forward swiftly with the remaining actions of the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. And also, I just have to say, I think we really do our youth a disservice by not recognizing their leadership and critical thinking skills in times of crises. So I do think we should be listening to young people. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Leeds. Next is Laura Texler.
Good evening, Council. Laura Texler. I'm speaking only on behalf of the Environmental Commission REACH Code Subcommittee, not on behalf of the Commission as a whole, as we didn't have enough time to run this by them last night. The subcommittee would like to thank staff for bringing forward the REACH Code recommendations for consideration and hopefully adoption by the Council tonight. Just a quick note referring to the local cost analysis, we wanted to point out, as some other speakers have, that these estimated costs encompass the likely upper end of additional costs for electrification for home remodel. The analysis does not detail the many rebates or tax credits offered locally, regionally, and nationally for specific electric appliances and infrastructure. In addition, there are a growing number of appliances and technologies, such as 120-volt heat pump water heaters and smart switching devices that allow homeowners to electrify without necessarily upgrading their electric service from PG&E, or in some cases, even adding a new electric panel. We would also like to point out that these costs reflect upfront costs and do not account for energy costs over time, which impact the life cycle costs. Heat pump appliances are generally cheaper to operate. Those electric appliances, such as induction stoves, can cost some more to operate. Finally, we'd like to note, as again, some other speakers have, that the BACMed recent ruling of most gas appliances not being sold in the Bay Area beginning in 2027, by requiring homeowners to electrify when they're already undergoing major renovations, that is a cost and time efficient way to prepare our homes for the eventuality of not being able to buy new gas appliances. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Texler. Next is Joe Beninato.
Hi, good evening. I'm speaking as a resident, not as a planning commissioner. A number of points. First, Councilmember Flagger brought up the question about moving the fireplace. The page 5 of the staff report, bullet 3, talks about the extension of gas infrastructure, including but not limited to gas infrastructure to support interior or exterior gas appliances, and says it's not permitted. So I don't understand the answer to that question relative to what's in the staff report. Might want to clarify that. With regards to the 50% and 250,000, I have no problem with requiring all electric for new homes for major remodels, but there is an equity issue here that I think several council members were getting at and several residents. If you have a small home and you want to add, you have 1,000 square foot home, you want to add 750 square feet, you trigger the 50%, and I believe it's an or condition. So you're now requiring upgrades, which the Q&A from staff also mentioned that the minimum cost of conversion for a 3,500 square foot home was $95,000. So again, the numbers aren't lining up with things that had been said previously. I would recommend you get rid of this $250,000 cap. It's using a 165 square foot number, which seems really odd. Maybe we should fix that, but maybe have a 50% requirement with a minimum amount. Like if you want to do 1,000 square feet, there's no problem no matter what size your house is. If you have a 3,000 square foot house, then maybe 1,500 would trigger it. But right as it stands right now, the or condition is really odd. It should either be an and with real numbers for the valuation, or get rid of the valuation number. I'm not sure what goal the valuation number is actually providing, given the confusion around the 165 and the actual value. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benato. So we're going to close public comment now and bring discussion.
Close the public hearing.
No, it's not a public.
Oh, no, it's not, sorry.
That's all right. It's after midnight now. So, all right. So we've closed public comment. We're going to bring it back to council discussion. Looks like Councilmember Flagger has her hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And really, it's the 2 points that Mr. Benato raised that I wanted to start with, which is one on the equity piece. That has always been a concern of mine, but I actually think the valuation piece addresses it, because it allows for the reach codes to be triggered for projects that are not necessarily 50%, but have a valuation of 250,000. And so I actually liked that solution. I think it's an attempt to address the equity concern. If it doesn't, then I will go back to something I know I've mentioned at other public meetings, which is exactly what Mr. Benato said. For smaller homes, they would be put at a disadvantage because they would hit that 50% threshold much faster than larger homes. So I just would appreciate, Mr. Zorins, if I'm not understanding the valuation, where I think the valuation would at least help to level the playing field, please let us know. And then on the no gas extension for the interior, could we please get some clarity on that? Because I think I saw 2 different things. And for me, Mayor, I would want it to apply to the interior as well, not just the exterior, where residents would not be allowed to extend the gas infrastructure. If they're just replacing a fireplace, for example, in their living room in the exact same place, then that's not extending the gas infrastructure. But if they were moving the fireplace, and it would require changing or extending the gas infrastructure, for me, that should also not be permitted for the interior. And I think I saw something that said it was only for the exterior. So those are just my 2 clarifying points. But apart from those 2 things, Mayor, I am very supportive of the recommendation from the Environmental Commission and staff's recommendation, and I'm comfortable supporting everything else. Thank you.
So I don't have anything to add or change about the understanding of valuation. I think everyone understands my explanation. So yeah, there's nothing else to add. In regards to the fireplace comment and the addition or extension of the gas line. So there is a little bit of kind of almost, I would say, a typo. It does explicitly call out in areas that there will be no extension in the area for exterior. For interior, your specific example is a little bit tough, and we can definitely go forward and amend it to be more clarifying as well as restrictive in theory. Because realistically, with specifically like a gas fireplace, there is the opportunity to slightly essentially nudge it down the wall, and it's really not going to actually be an extension of the actual gas infrastructure that lives behind, you know, the enclosure itself, because of the type of plumbing that that type of gas appliance actually has. However, if we're saying you're wanting to move it from wall A to wall B, and we're going to deem that as, you know, an alteration of enough significance that we don't want to allow for that, that's something that we can further clarify as a part of council's recommendation tonight when we bring this back for the second reading of the ordinance.
Councilmember Fliger, did that? What did that was just the gas moving piece, not so much the equity, right?
Right. I mean, if I heard Mr. Zorns correctly, I think he's confirming that my understanding of the valuation piece is correct. And with regards to moving the gas infrastructure, I would prefer if it was more explicit that any extension, very similar to what we say for the exterior, and I'm sure there are nuances to the exterior as well, you know, moving it one skip over versus moving it from to a different wall. And so very similar to how it's very clear that it's not allowed for the exterior, I would want us to have clear language that it's also not allowed for the interior.
Yes, so yes, the first part of your question, yes, I agree, concur about the equity and the valuation. And then, yes, I think we can, with council's direction, make it more explicit for interior and exterior gas lines, not allowing the extension.
Okay, so that's you've had your major comments, you've had them answered. Who would like to go next? Seeing anyone jumping? Councilmember Liang? No. Vice Mayor?
Okay.
Yeah.
Overwhelmingly, I am convinced that these reach codes are in the public's best interest, they're in the city's best interest. I have to say that my thought pattern has really been thrown by the notion that high school students shouldn't be allowed to give their input on policy that affects their lives more than it affects ours. I mean, that our next generation coming up is the one that is going to have to deal with global warming. Climate change is real. Mankind, humankind is contributing to it. We are the first generation that really has the ability to stop it, and we're the last generation that's going to have the ability to stop it. I don't support ageism, and I take real offense that someone should say that my son, who was here earlier, who's here earlier today, reading part of a proclamation, ought to know his place, sit down, shut up, and not give input. Climate change affects all of us. Reach codes affect all of us. Now, it's true that he's not going to be paying the bills for any remodel that we do, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have a right to give input. Everyone who is a member of this community has a right to give input, regardless of what the content of their input is, period. I think that there have been a lot of good points made by public comment today. I think the public comment was very useful. I think that Ms. Wheeler made a very compelling point that there's a lot out there. There's a lot of people who do not agree with what I think is the best way to go forward. And there hasn't been a lot of time for this to percolate. That being said, this is an ordinance, so there is going to be a second reading. There is going to be an opportunity for the public to weigh in one more time. So I'm not convinced that the best way forward is to delay taking action tonight. And pending what else I hear from my colleagues tonight, I would be prepared to go forward tonight. There's one more point I wanted to make. With respect to the $250,000 threshold, it wasn't perfectly clear to me tonight exactly what that 250 referred to until Mr. Zorns really clarified it. I think that I'm not alone in that boat, although I kind of thought that that's where the ordinance was. I thought that that was how the policy was going to work. I think that people have correctly pointed out that members of the public really don't understand that figure. However, I don't think that that is a critical problem to the reach code. And the reason is because someone who is going to do a major remodel is going to hire a contractor to do it. And the contractor is going to understand how those figures work. And when the contractor is going over the project with the property owner, that's where the discussion begins. And I think that because of the expertise that is going to be involved in any kind of a remodel that involves new construction or what will total to at least $250,000 in modifications according to city standards, it's all going to work out that way. And the homeowner is not going to be suddenly hit with some kind of a strange requirement in the middle of their project that's going to hit them. I think early on in the project, when they're working with their contractor, they're going to be told, this is something you're going to face. You're going to have to go all electric. If you do this, do you want to move forward? Yes or no? And at that point, the homeowner can decide whether or not incurring that cost is going to be worthwhile to that particular. So I will leave it at that.
Okay. Councilmember Daly.
So I have a suggestion for equity. And that is that we stick with the 50% threshold for residences larger than 1,500 square feet. And for residences under 1,500 square feet, maybe we should consider a 75% threshold for those smaller residences. I think the public has had a lot of opportunity to weigh in. Our environmental commission has done a fantastic job doing one of the main things that we ask commissions to do, which is public outreach. And I can't count the number of meetings where this has been on the agenda. And we had an election in November, and reach codes were a huge issue with almost every resident that I spoke to, and they certainly came up at every one of my events. We had, I don't know, 20 some odd written public comments this week. As the vice mayor noted, we will also bring this back for a second reading. But you know what? We are getting to the point of diminishing returns. I want everybody to feel like they've had an opportunity to weigh in. But we are getting to a point of diminishing returns with regard to the number of issues and concerns and questions that get brought up. And so at some point we have to fish or cut bait. And I say, let's go, let's move forward. Let's get the reach codes implemented, passed and implemented.
Okay, thank you, council member. Do you want to go
Sure.
or do you want me?
I can go. Thank you, Mayor. The last time there was an item regarding reach codes that came forward, a lot of people did weigh in, and a lot of people did express their concerns that they wanted the freedom to make the choice that works best for their needs and budget. And then they were told that this is not what we're discussing here tonight. When this item is here tonight, we weren't given the proper opportunity to weigh in because the report was released so late. I just feel that we weren't treating the public as fairly when it came to this topic. I feel the state is a leader and pioneer in this area. So following California state codes still allows us to remain ahead of the game. We spoke about incentives in the past, and we should continue to encourage individuals to reduce their carbon footprint and still trust that our community is intelligent enough to make the right choices. Earlier, when we were talking about the the other subjects, we had people calling in and say, our public is intelligent enough to make these decisions. I think it's important for us to continue to have faith in our public to do the right thing and what's best for them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. So this is actually a continuation of the discussion that we had at the end of the last year. So as we recall, we were one of the cities in Silicon Valley Clean Energy and in the Bay Area that said, wait, we're actually going to do some studies about this. We took it to, was it CEC? We did these studies. So we actually started the conversation on this. At that point, we felt we had to make a decision by year end because the new building codes were taking effect January 1st. So we made a temporary, we're going to stick with what we had unless the state overrides it. So we did a, sort of treading water decision to then put these studies in place. So we began this conversation, I guess, last November, but whatever it was, October, November. So this is a continuation of that. And in terms of the valuation, I agree there's been a lot of confusion. But actually what the valuation does is it actually understates. So if we're all thinking, oh my God, 250,000, I'll never be able to do what I want in the house without reaching that trigger. But it really translates to whatever 500 or it's a greater amount. So the impact is differently. We need to do a much better job explaining it, but it's not the cap. I didn't mean that as in terms of climate action, but it's not the cap on things that people understood. I actually took our cost chart, and thank you for this local cost analysis, and I tried to duplicate what one of the papers had reported, this $90,000 for a new gas stove. So I took all the worst case scenarios and I came up with $68,000, not $90,000. Now 68,000 is still expensive, but that includes all the worst case scenarios, including upgrading PG&E line to the home. So that is someone who hasn't touched their house since 1952, and they're probably going to be doing more than putting in just a new stove. And so that upgrade of the PG&E line applies to more than just one appliance. But anyway, I couldn't duplicate some of the verbiage and the storyline that's going on by looking at the local cost analysis that was provided us in the report. So to actually mention the CAAP, this is, part of the path that we said we were going to go down. It still doesn't affect. I mean, we went through this a little earlier. It doesn't affect anyone who wants to refresh their house and replace some appliances. If you're not moving any walls, it's not a remodel. You can put what you want in there until the state stops selling this stuff. I mean, you only have till 2026 to go out and buy your gas water heater if that's your intent, if you're getting near the end of useful life. But this, Los Altos it's not going to be our rules. It's going to be whether it's Bay Area air quality or the state. We're only maybe a couple of years ahead. So really, again, we saw 59 homes were impacted if these rules had been in place. Again, you could argue that's not enough to move the needle, but it doesn't mean that you can't replace your failed appliances. And that was one of the thing we know. So I support them. I think it would be good to in our materials to clarify what this valuation means. I do think the equity issue for smaller homes, if someone wants to double or triple the size of their 1,000 square foot house, if they added 2 extra thousand, they're still below the 3,500 square foot average size. I think wasn't that what you said in the report? So I would like to see some equity measure, but these measures are not what some people are interpreting it. It doesn't prevent you from replacing your appliances if you're not doing this massive project. So I would support them again with the concerns I just mentioned. So, how does what we've talked about, I think primarily there was mostly concern around equity. I don't know how that translates in how the ordinance is written in general, or city attorney or city manager, maybe you can opine, because I think we're.
I think, Mayor, if there's not changes to the substantive standards put forward, then the ordinance would need to change. If council is going to make a change to the percentage threshold or the valuation, then we may need to reintroduce.
Right, I didn't hear that anyone wanted to change the threshold or the valuation, or that the majority wanted to do that. But I do hear the request for an equity measure so that, someone would be triggered, a very small home would be able to do more than.
So the one thing that I want to, we originally last year, there was the discussion about using a 750 square foot addition as the threshold. And that's actually what we got away from in order to be able to create a percentage value that then would be more equitable versus some folks that are just going to have a 750 square foot cap, no pun intended, to be the threshold and kind of what would then kick them into electrification. So that's kind of actually why we did that. And then further, kind of as council member Flagger kind of has said, is that the valuation threshold also though does provide that trigger point, which is very equitable in its kind of distribution of what properties it would end up requiring electrification of. So again, it like the city manager has opined on is that this most likely would then require, if we were to add in another feature, a reintroduction and potentially some additional study to the REACH codes, because it's nothing that the sustainability coordinators research.
Okay, so that could be an amendment or something.
We can make changes tonight, but
We don't.
then if they make changes the next time, then we'll have to read it.
Right.
That's a substantial change.
Yeah, we don't have a basis for it, it sounds like, without a study. So given that, we have a motion with direction then to think about, or what do my colleagues think? Councilmember Flagger.
So Mayor, I'm comfortable with the project valuation amount, because I do think it somewhat addresses the equity piece where for larger homes, even if they don't hit the 50% threshold in their remodel, maybe it will add up to that 250,000 or more. So for me, that's one way of addressing or helping to address the equity piece. I would want clarity, and I don't know if there's support or if Mr. Zorns is saying the intent was always not to allow an extension of gas infrastructure in the interior. It just wasn't explicitly stated, or if we need majority or more of council members to support the ordinance explicitly saying no gas infrastructure extension in the interior. So Mr. Jones, if you could let us know, do you need to know if majority or more of us support that, or is that already what the ordinance said? It wasn't just, it was just not as clear as it could be.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
So for additional clarification, we think we've been talking about bullet points in staff report. Director Zorns, can you point us directly into the ordinance itself? What the language is with respect to that?
I'll need a second.
Yeah. City manager, were you gonna say something?
Mayor, my guess is we can clarify it. I'll wait to see what specifically the code says. The example that was brought forward as the hypothetical, we probably wouldn't have interpreted that as an extension, but I don't think we would allow an extension. We would do that not in a hypothetical, but an actual plan.
Right.
But
we can do some changes to the language tonight and introduce it with those changes, but then
if we make changes when we
No,
know
understood.
adopt, we
Yeah.
have to
Right.
reintroduce.
We introduced it in the first, another reading.
I don't think with though, if those were the changes, just to clarify, I don't think we would need to reintroduce.
We're introducing it to.
Yeah.
So
We're introducing it tonight.
Yeah.
But
So of the draft ordinance, which is page 3 of the draft ordinance, sorry, I don't have the entire PDF. But they're, or actually page 4, excuse me, so it's under, it would be under 12.22.030 prohibitions. The sub paragraph does explicitly say, exterior gas infrastructure, however, the actual, point explicitly says, and I can read it out loud, so it's just one clarification, is existing gas infrastructure shall not be extended to any appliance system or device within the building or property. So within building means interior, or property within cover the exterior. So actually, we just need to just say prohibition gas infrastructure. We'll just delete the exterior of the subheading, and then that will be clarified and non-substantive.
Okay. So that's very straightforward. Okay, so. Can I have a motion or do we need more discussion?
Definitely one.
Councilmember Fliger.
I'm happy to make the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, let me find it. I just had it. I move.
Introduce and waive further reading.
I know it's coming. I move that we introduce and waive further reading of ordinance number 2023 number to be added by staff to amend Title 12 of the Municipal Code by repealing chapters 12.22 and 12.26 and adding new chapters 12.22 and 12.26 to adopt local amendments further implementing the city's climate action and adaptation plan with the amendment just articulated by Mr. Zorns to 12.22.030.
Okay, Councilmember Daley seconded it. Councilmember Daley? Councilmember Liang? No. Councilmember Fliger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Meadows? Yes. Motion carries 4-1. All right, so we have one final item, which I have a proposal that I hope we move quickly. I don't know if anyone needs a 3-minute.
No, I'm good.
You're good? Everybody good? Bio-wise? Okay. Yeah, we had a long break, but that wouldn't necessarily, okay, so. So number 8, City Council and Commission's teleconference policy. So I don't know, Mr. Magino, are you gonna present or I don't even know if you.
There's not much for me to present other
Right.
than what is the staff report. If you have
Yes.
any questions, let us know.
Right. So I'm going to point out to, so do any of my colleagues have questions for Mr. Magino? I'm not seeing any questions. I do want to, we'll take public comment in just a second. I do want to point out that, the recommendation is that this would come back to us in 6 months, to report on how it's going. So we know we're going to have a quick, look back at it. All right, so we have no questions. I'll open up for public comment. Wait, I think I might have put it. Let me see. It was Miss Wheeler, right? Yes, there we go. Number 8. This is.
Sorry.
No. Go ahead, Miss Wheeler. And by the way, anyone online who wants to comment on this item, please raise your hand. All right, Miss Wheeler.
Thank you again. I would just ask that you allow commissioners to take advantage of either one of the 2 options to attend remotely. I've been a commissioner on the Library Commission since 2019. I have never missed a meeting until this past February. And I've had 3 major surgeries, 2 knee replacements. And I would not have been able to serve on the Library Commission had I not been able to attend those meetings remotely. We got a tremendous amount of work done, lots of things, didn't miss a beat, and it was because we had the option of remote. So I would ask you please to consider allowing us to attend remotely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. All right, I don't have any other speaker cards for anyone in the chamber, so, and I don't see any hands online. Opportunity gone. All right, so, public comment is closed. So the proposal in front of us is that, I'm sorry, commissions are allowed to. Exactly, that the same rules would apply to both council and commissions. There, and that, and remember that, the requirements under AB 2449 are set by the state. In fact, the requirements under traditional Brown Act are as well. We can't make them more lenient, but we can make them stricter. So do any of my colleagues want to kick off the discussion, or should we just trial it as in front of us? Vice Mayor, go ahead.
By and large, I support staff's recommendation. I think that's where the council ended up at our last discussion. My only recommendations are, rather than referring to AB 2449, can we refer to the actual code sections that were established by it? And can we also add in the phrase "and or any other successor statutes," just in case the statutes that we are referring to are changed? And then the last point I wanted to raise, I guess this is actually a question, but in the event that both the chair and the vice chair, or the mayor and the vice mayor are participating remotely, who does the obligation fall upon?
So typically, if both the chair and the vice chair are not present, or if the mayor and vice mayor are not present, then the body would select a member to serve as chair for that meeting. And so I would anticipate the same circumstance would apply if both the mayor and vice mayor are remote, or the chair.
Okay, so to work it out, we don't have to call it out in this document. That's right.
And usually in those circumstances, the remaining members select someone, and usually they select someone that's been.
The only reason I brought it up is that the proposed language said if the chair is not there, then the vice chair is the one who reads the script for a commission and for the council. If the mayor's not there, then it's the vice mayor, which raised the question, what if they're both not there? But it sounds like that's not something we need to address here.
Okay, Councilmember Flagger, your hand was raised.
Thank you, Mayor, and I do support moving forward with these changes and revisiting it after a period of time. And if 6 months is what staff thinks is the best number of months for us to come back to this, I support that. I just have one quick clarifying question with regards to the council change. Mr. Maginot, where it says 20% of meetings, are those regularly scheduled meetings or all meetings, special meetings, regularly scheduled meetings?
That is a very, very good question that I would leave to the interpretation of the city council to determine what you wanted to.
Higher number if it's if it's all meetings. So I think that does need to be clarified. And then I just want to clarify, since I am using one of my meetings right now, is this a go forward once it becomes effective? So what has happened already to date wouldn't count towards my meetings?
Retroactive, but under the 2449, it says in the language 3 consecutive months or 20% of the regular meetings. So it is regular.
But I think to the mayor's point, the council could impose a stricter standard of if the council desires 20% of all meetings, then that's up to the council, or if you want us to include the word regular, we can do that as well.
Well, I mean, so when we have special, so there are some nights where we have 3 meetings, but they're all the same meeting, and you're usually not going to be absent for one of them. And then run here and do the other one in person or whatever. I don't mean absent, I mean remote. So I look at, if we have a study session, a closed session, and a regular meeting, to me, that's one meeting. It's one day of meeting, so I don't know.
The special meeting though, Mayor, would be on like the first Tuesday or third Tuesday of the month. Or
There was an unusual meeting where we wouldn't, yeah, I would agree that is a meeting, it would count as a meeting. But the 3 meetings that we might have on a single day, to me, that's one meeting. I mean, or it doesn't have to be 3 meetings in terms of the calculation, because you're gonna, otherwise well, maybe, I don't.
Does AB 2449 apply to study sessions?
No, it just discusses regular meetings, yes.
Well, let's just say regular meetings, and that then gets rid of this.
Yeah, it's not like,
Yeah, that's what I'm
it's not like the housing laws where study sessions.
There is a reason why it says regular meetings though.
Yes,
because
that's why.
Because
Yeah.
the notification requirements for all of the other kinds of meetings that aren't regular meetings are significantly different.
So I want to point out so that we're actually saying, so AB 2449.
Sorry.
Oh, John.
Not to throw a wrench into it, because I know the council's desire is for the same rules to apply to the council as well as the commissions. Might I suggest that the commission language remain as it is? And the reason being, frequently commission meetings fall on a holiday, and so it's scheduled, a special meeting is scheduled in its place. And it could get a little murky if it doesn't count as a regular meeting or is it a special meeting. Something to think about.
Yeah, it does say all meetings of the committee. I mean, we can just refer to all meetings. They don't have the same. They're not have study sessions and closed sessions and all that. So I think that's a good suggestion. Thank you. Does everyone agree? Yeah. Okay.
Meetings are gonna be reduced.
Yeah. And so my one comment was, I don't care. So AB 2449 requires both audio and visual, and I think we should just require it for both, and we're saying it essentially for both. Although we say when practical, I would delete the when practical. I mean, if someone is like Mr. Karnaseka today, really should have turned off his video because he had very poor audio. And so if a member is remote and they have poor audio, we're going to tell you to turn off your video. And that you don't have to stay on video. And that's what when practical means, but I don't think we should leave something that's as ambiguous as that and just say audio and video required for all remote. And that's for council members and commissioners as well. I'm seeing nods. Any disagreement? No, I think we all agree with that. Okay, so with that, are there any other comments? So I think we have a 6-month proposal in place. Can I have a motion? Or want me to make a motion?
I move
Okay, move.
that we add section 11.13 teleconferencing to the council norms and procedures, which will allow council members to teleconference under certain circumstances in accordance with state law. And do I do all 3? I can do all 3 as one.
And with the discussed amendments.
And with the discussed amendments, to direct staff to come back with an update of this policy in 6 months.
Second.
Councilmember Daly,
Yes.
Councilmember Liang,
Yes.
Councilmember Flager,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg,
Aye.
Mayor Meadows.
Yes, motion carries. Commission. Would do the commission or you
Oh,
want?
sorry,
No,
sorry.
If you don't.
Sorry, I did the commission one separately too.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I moved. We had section 11.13 teleconferencing. No, I have that. But I move that we amend the commission handbook section teleconferencing to allow commission members to teleconference under certain circumstances in accordance with state law, and to direct staff to come back with an update of this policy in 6 months.
And incorporate amendments as
And
discussed.
incorporate.
Yes.
I don't think theirs had amendments. We kept theirs the same.
Second.
Right? We kept theirs the same. Commission has kept the same.
No, there's
Well, there was the.
regular meeting and meetings.
No, commission was all meetings.
Struck with
Yeah.
the-
We struck when practical.
Okay, sorry,
Deletion when practical.
as amended.
Okay.
Second.
Councilmember Daly?
Yes.
Councilmember Liang?
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Mayor Benz?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. So that's that item. Thank you all. And informational item is the tentative council calendar. We don't need to discuss that.
Mayor, I do have a quick question on the tentative calendar. I noticed that on the tentative calendar, we have the noise ordinance coming up at our next meeting, but the leaf blower ordinance, it's not until the first May meeting. And I was curious about that order, knowing that we had said the noise ordinance was not urgent or a priority, and the leaf blower ordinance we had to continue. And so I'm curious why we don't have the leaf blower ordinance at the next April meeting and then, push out the noise ordinance to May.
So, unless Mayor, you want to respond. So
I'm not sure. I
in
remember the
trying to,
response.
trying to balance out the calendar, we actually think the noise ordinance, the element we're bringing forward, I don't think will require a lot of public comment or heavy discussion, whereas leaf blowers we think will require both. So we're just trying to balance out the calendar, so the meetings don't all go to one.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for the explanation.
All right. So briefly, we can do council reports and directions on future agenda items. If they can wait, I suggest we have them wait. I do want to give one update, and you may or may not have seen, but council received an invitation today to the rescheduled library stakeholder special meeting on April 20th. This had to be rescheduled because of the power outages. And so this will be a gathering of the library ecosystem, and council members from both Los Altos and Los Altos Hills are invited. And it'll get everyone in the room to help explain some of the activities that are going on and some of the priorities that the commission and the other stakeholders are interested in. So I just wanted to inform my colleagues that you have that email in your inbox. Okay. Yeah, it came in late this afternoon. So, the first egg hunt since the pandemic was this weekend. So that was fun. I didn't get a picture of me with the Easter Bunny because I didn't get to hang out with the Easter Bunny, but anyway.
It was a long line.
It was a long line. Yeah. Okay. And my colleagues have updates. Vice Mayor.
I attended the egg hunt. I think staff did a tremendous job.
The what? Oh, the egg hunt, the egg
Staff
hunt.
did a
Yeah.
tremendous job.
Sorry.
And the
Yeah.
mayor's remarks are awesome.
Somebody else wrote them. Thank you, whoever wrote them. But I gave them some vigor when delivering them. Yes. Okay. And any other updates or future agenda items? No.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh, sorry.
Member Liang.
So I did want to inform people that April 22nd is Earth Day, and BTA is offering free rides that day. BTA is conducting outreach on April 13, 6 to 7 p.m. And there is a Ask BTA opportunity. So if you are interested, you can log on to www.bta.org/ask-BTA, or you can find that link on the BTA website. And then I wanted to make sure that people were aware of the 988 number, and it's a program for suicide and crisis lifeline. So, and then Councilmember Flyber and I attended the CUSD WHSD council meeting. And we were fortunate that we had Jaime Rodriguez there. So he has all the updates and the concerns that was registered. So that's my update. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, any? updates?
No updates.
Okay. So with that, we're going to adjourn the meeting. And thank you all for being in tonight. It was an unexpected kind of meeting.
No kidding.
You.
Recording stopped.